thing. I think it is doing the thing. Hey, everybody. How are you guys doing today? We are back with another episode of Light of Thylea Plays Odyssey of the Dragonlords. Now, a couple things. One, we are missing our dear friend Alex, who is still on vacation this week. We ended up taking last week off since Brian here got a little bit sick. And by a little bit, I mean like COVID sick. So not just sick.
Indeed.
So I'm glad you're feeling better, man. In replacement of Alex, we're actually going to start a new thing, which is guest spots. And this week's guest spot is going to be filled by an old face on the Polyhedra streams, Clancy, playing, as you guys will get to learn in a little while, Daphne. Now, as you can see, Yanni's currently black screened as well. He's got some stuff going on in real life, and sometimes we're just rolling with the punches, and that is what we're doing today. Also, if I end up looking like I'm drinking really weird, I lost some weight. If you guys didn't notice, it's mostly a tooth. I definitely had some tooth extraction today. Yeah, sometimes again, you roll with the punches. Whatever that may be, I'm excited to dive in pretty quickly. Not a whole lot of announcements. There was one thing that was, I don't even know if this is an announcement or, I mean, it's news for sure. Did you guys hear about Satine Phoenix and her partner?
My God, I'm so over it. Jameson Stone, I'm so over it. I live on Twitter, I live on Twitter. I'm so over it.
What's the TLDR?
They're both abusive and manipulative and kind of assholes.
And
that's
sucks.
pretty much it.
And that sucks a lot, because the first time I remember seeing Satine Phoenix for the first time on a WotC stream, I was like, hey, good for them to take someone that is non-traditional and feature them. And it just sucks. Because,
I will say it's mostly been Jameson Stone.
Well,
like,
sweet.
She's definitely been involved, and she has some, like, problems that she needs to address and work on, but it's mostly been the other one. So,
well, yeah, it's frustrating when stuff like that happens in the industry. One of my GMs ended up reaching out to me and was like, "Hey, I'm glad we don't have that stuff going on." I'm like, "Yeah, but it's also it's good to stay cognizant of this stuff, because I think sometimes when people get stressed out, lash out, and so I think that was just a bad combination of what looks like." That Napoleon complex that we talked about before session, minus a couple other things we're not going to mention. We're just like, keep it to yourself, damn it. But no, jokes aside, I think it's still important to talk about those issues, because if you heard about Paizo, there was really, really shitty working conditions for the writers at Paizo, and the people who lead it, which is heartbreaking because Paizo produces magnificent content. And the writers are fantastic, and I think they're talking about a union. I'm not entirely sure, but there's a lot of like that stuff percolating now in this industry. And while it sucks when it comes out, it's like, wow, this is how people were treated. It's kind of nice also that conversation is happening. As tired as it makes Tyler to be on Twitch and read words digitally projected into his corneas. Anyways, that is.
I read a whole thread about it this morning. Every single person that had something to say about, when they were writing for their different stories, and like, it's awful, and I feel bad for all of them. But, what are you going to do besides hold people accountable?
Exactly. And I hope that will happen, which, again, sucks, because there's like big projects that are ongoing with it, which are going to suffer from that, and all the people that are involved. That's really where my heart goes out to. That sucks, because wasn't that like $300,000 raised for that Sirens of the Bards, or Bards of the Sign, whatever? Jesus. Anyways. Yeah. On happier news, I'm super excited. Today will be fun. There's some shenanigans that Clancy and I have cooked up. Because as she's also one of the GMs in the Polyhedra community, she also happens to run an Odyssey game. So being able to prep some of the stuff with a fellow Odyssey GM is fun. Anyway, that's it for me. Do you guys have anything that you want to shout out before we get into it? Cool beans. Oh, shit. I keep forgetting that there's one more thing. We'll definitely be missing the 12th of July. I'll be traveling, and we're still undecided about the 5th. There's a chance that we might be taking off the 5th as well, but the 12th is 100% going to be a no as far as the session goes. So, just as a heads up for everyone, I know our streaming lately has been a little bit on and off, and I definitely recognize it. all of these amazing players have been awesome with rolling with the punches, you viewers. Thank you guys so much for tuning in when you do. I'm excited to take it on a little bit more of a steady road. Right. With that, I think it's time to delve back into Light of Thylea. Previously, you had traveled from the Island of the Fates, where you got to meet the Fate Mommies, as they are now known. And we're told that, well, you were told many a thing, but you were requested, not necessarily told to do, but you were asked to kill the Lotus Witch, a legendary creature that apparently has been an enemy, a nemesis of sorts, to the hags that make up the Fates for a long time. I'm not quite sure how long. You traveled to the island, you get to meet some Arisians, you travel up the Tower of the Lotus Witch, and in a brutal nail-biting fight that came literally down to the last roll, you guys were able to slay the Gynosphinx. After that, Brodus ended up deciding to take the body, the carcass of the Lotus Witch, and in the tradition of Thylea, sacrifice her to the Fates, who in turn bestowed a boon upon you. Each day, after a long rest, you are going to be bestowed with the boon of a DM Inspiration. And as a reminder, DM Inspiration works a little bit different now in this game. You will be able to roll after the fact to determine whether the new roll is going to be better than now. As we delve back in, you guys took a lot of time going over the loot and divvying it out and identifying it. But on the upside, you also did a lot of trying to suss out what's going on with the larger picture, where you guys are going to go after this, and what your next step should be. We left off as you guys had traveled out down the tower, which started collapsing behind you, spoke with the Arisians, found out that the babies and toddlers that apparently the Lotus Witch had created by turning a bunch of the sailors that came to see her young back into their former selves, and they pledged allegiance to you in the sense of not a US ball game, but much more importantly, to become part of your sailing crew. You find yourselves upon the ship as you have the captain once again call for everyone to get ready, and you find yourself with the ship engaged in the slipstream once more. You know this is going to be 3 days of travel to get you to the Island of Yonder, where you know that Commander Gaius, commander of the forces of Sidon, which apparently has been coordinating a strike against Mitros as soon as the Oath of Peace, the magical binding contract that has, held at bay the war between the Titans and the gods thus far, will come to. As we go back into it, it is relatively late at night. You guys find your bunks once more and have long conversations with impish friends and other things that you guys might have done during this evening. The first thing that we'll do is actually go into the morning, as, yes, all of you guys get your long rests in.
We're technically gonna have one more, two more, one more. I just don't want to roll all my stuff if it's not gonna matter.
We'll get there. There's something that happens this day of interest, and that has totally nothing to do with our guest character. As
just keep playing.
Let me roll all my stuff to see if I'm gonna have to kill our guest character. All right.
Let's go. PvP.
Alrighty, as you guys prepare in the morning, you guys are woken up. You see some of the sailors are starting to prepare their breakfast, and kind of like there's this actual long table that has been set up on the top deck as you guys are kind of like still bobbing up and down with the roughness of the ocean as you guys are moving impossibly fast within this magical slipstream. And that's when you guys start to hear it. It sounds like a it's like a weird growling noise, but it seems to be coming from the sky and kind of echoing back and forth, as suddenly you see a golden flare in the sky. Estrella, you instinctually kind of turn towards it, consider it, as you point the staff with the Antikythera attached to it towards it. You can see as it pierces the slipstream apart in the night sky, this golden flare seems to still approach you like a meteor descending from the skies. What do you do?
Is everyone else seeing it too?
Mm-hmm.
What do I do? Well, that's a great question, David. I'm glad you asked me that. What do I do? Well, if everyone else is noticing it too, I probably take some cover.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna.
You run up to one of the railings and kind of like duck down as you look up towards it. The other sailors are kind of like starting to grab their spears.
Yeah, and I'll go ahead and cast Death Ward on myself.
Sure. All right. You go full force as you cast that. Again, the themes that we had talked about now, up until now with Estrella, kind of the darkness kind of seems to spread out. The fate strings are starting to fly up. What do the rest of you guys do?
Is it coming straight for us?
Mm-hmm. Like you can tell there's something maybe innately that you realize, wow, this is going to hit the ship. It is directly headed towards you, and it is getting bigger and bigger, and you can see that there seems to be golden flames that are kind of like coming off of the edges directly towards you.
I think Rhodas would draw his sword and prepare. He has bad luck trying to jump and catch things, so.
It's, you
Yeah,
know,
that's
that's
checked out.
not. What about you, Lara?
I would probably just hide behind Rhodas because I don't know what I can do to stop a giant flaming meteor from crashing into the boat.
Alrighty. As you guys, Yanni will say still under deck because he's kind of like sleeping a little bit later this morning since, you know, he's still suffering from the effects of having been resurrected. As this meteor comes crashing towards you, you guys feel the entire crew get tense, look up towards that as they kind of grab onto the edges. And with that, you can suddenly see two humanoid shapes inside of this, almost like a projectile coming towards you. And you see at the front of it seems to be the head of a familiar hammer, Pythor's hammer, as it seems to be displacing the fire at the front. You can see a shorter, stouter form with white hair flapping behind it, a big single lens kind of still attached to the right eye, and a big gray, like a charcoal and gray beard kind of cascading backwards. And you see Vulcan at the front of this thing, starting to quickly descend down. Vulcan, once again, being the father of Pythor and the grandfather of Rhodas. And as he descends down, you do see that in his left hand, he's not holding an item, but rather a person. Clancy, would you like to describe what Daphne looks like?
Sure. Daphne is a very tall, standing at about like 6'8". Very buff kind of woman. She's got this nice chestnut long-ish hair that she has up in a bun, and a couple like small decorations here and there. She's wearing a necklace that's kind of hiding in amongst the breastplate that she's wearing. Very much holding on for dear life with Vulcan.
And as you see this wide-eyed but massive, just thick is the only best word to really describe her. A woman kind of descends down Vulcan. You see his magic that seems to be, again, perpetuating from the hammer itself, pierce through the jet stream of the ship and land onto the ship. You expect him to just completely carve through the planks, destroy them, splinter them aside, but no, as he lifts himself back up, he kind of puts up a hand to Daphne, who, why don't you make me an athletics or acrobatics check? Your choice to see how you landed there.
Oh boy. Alright, first roll, here we go. You said acrobatics I could do? Yeah?
Up to you. Yeah, either way.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Alright, you see as he kind of landed and raises back up, Daphne next to him is actually also doing that full 3-point pose. As she lifts back up, you can see upon her, there seems to be a familiar radiance. Something seems to be kind of glowing. Her veins seem to have a slight golden pulse to it. As all of you turn towards Rhodas, even you immediately realize Daphne seems to have divine blood running through her veins.
The same divine blood?
You're thinking on it, and you're not sure. What do you think Brodus is thinking in that moment? Like, how does he feel?
I think, to be honest, Rodus is really excited that hammer is back. That's the forefront of his mind right now, is seeing that hammer again. He misses flying in with the hammer.
Alrighty, as you see Pythor kind of like he was gonna extend the hand to you, Daphne, as you kind of lift yourself up. Your eyes are huge and kind of like looking around for a second, and you see this entire crew of sailors kind of ready with spears and shields. You can see a siren kind of hunkering behind the towering figure of the man whom you know to be Rodus. And everyone's attention seems to be kind of focused on the two of you as Vulcan just goes, Catch! And he kind of underhandedly swings the hammer towards you, Daphne, as you just kind of hold it there and kind of catch it as Vulcan just kind of spreads his arms wide, stepping towards Rodus, goes, My boy, how have you been?
I'm gonna, as he like tossed the hammer, I'd be like, but I'll give him a big hug when he comes in, and I think the first thing I'll ask him is about Pythor, because last time we saw him, he didn't leave on very good terms.
Go ahead and ask away.
I guess that's what I would say. I would say, have you seen my father at all?
Not much, no. He said that he was going to go to see you, train you. Did you do that?
I mean,
Hey, boy!
I'll look around fully expecting like Pythor to come like walk out from behind someone like he's been
out of a wine barrel. No.
He's been hiding in the ranks of the soldiers or something.
Right as Vulcan calls out for Pythor, Yanni wanders up on deck. What sort of... Oh. Godfather? Who's that?
Oh. This is Daphne. Your sister. Points towards Rose.
My full sister.
No, half sister. Hi.
Listen,
I'm
my
sure-
boy has done amazing things. The man, the family was never one.
He's done a lot of things.
Well, I'm sure you're not the last half-sibling I'll meet.
Yeah.
You know, he kept
Same.
track for a while, but I think. Yeah, I just wanted to come by. Daphne came to the Mithril Forge, and she actually showed a lot of talent. She's really good at it. She was more interested in than, you. Did you procure some of the things that I asked you to get yet?
Did we end up killing those scorpions? We didn't, right?
We did. We took scorpion stuff, but I don't know if that was
wasn't what he asked
necessarily on
for.
the list. Yeah.
So yeah, I just want.
Star medal.
So I'll be like, well, we've been really busy, and we were able to come up with these scorpion carcasses. If you think that those would be useful in your crafting,
They used to be centaurs. Scorpions that used to be centaurs.
Oh, you are in the region, aren't you? I mean, I suppose I could maybe make some chitinous armor out of it or something like that. But yeah, it's not really the special something that I was, looking for.
We got the star medal.
Yeah.
You have
We got star medal.
I take it out of the bag of holding.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got this too.
Give me. Kind of grabs it out of your hand, whether you actually offer it or not. And he kind of goes up to squeeze you by the cheek. I don't know if you let him, Lyra, or not, but he kind of does that grandpa move. You did this, yeah! And he kind of you see Vulcan, grumpy old dwarvish Vulcan, jump up and down. And as he does, he actually, you feel the ship kind of rocking up and down as Ophelia kind of steps like, hey, Hey, stop! No, none of these. This is kind of slaps the metal. This is what I was looking for. Oh, this is good stuff.
Yeah, we made a deal with the devil guy for it. So yeah.
Kind of looks to you, Daphne, and looks back towards the others.
It wasn't like a long deal. It was like, if you kill these 3 demons that I'm gonna summon, you can have it, and then we did. So he gave it to us. The end.
All the excitement that he had, all the hype he felt about having this star medal in his hand seems to just slouch off of him. It just falls to the ground like rainwater cascading down, and it's just like, At least it's still star metal. Children, you cannot just make deals with devils. Did your mothers and fathers teach you nothing?
Nope.
I mean, we made sure
okay.
part of the deal was that we couldn't die. We were like, we're not allowed to die, and he was like, yeah, that's chill. So we were okay with it after that.
I feel like there are more strings attached to this piece.
I don't see any. I just see a hunk of metal. I don't think there's any
He
strings.
seems kind of like turn this little metal ring on the large monocle kind of like device that he has attached. Consider. Oh, well, no obvious curse, I guess.
I
hope.
I could just remove the curse if there is one. You know? Just to be
I
safe.
don't think this is going to be as easy as that, but like I said, I don't see anything. And he kind of like starts pocketing it, like one of the many, like he has like an apron that is like a cargo apron at the same time. He like puts it in one of the pouches. Well, I'm proud of you. Well, yeah, no, tempered pride, because you really shouldn't. Just promise me you make no more deals with devils, okay?
So what can you make with it?
A lot. What do we want? Well, it has to be something made out of metal, Lyra. Come on, use your imagination here.
Yeah, I know. I can't, because anything made out of metal is no good for me. So why would I even think about it? So I got chicken arms, literally.
Listen, I've heard a lot of people talk about you being a bird. You're not, you're a siren. You can distinguish those two things.
I can. Everyone else thinks I eat bird food.
All right. I think we're getting off topic now. I mean,
Would you be able to improve my greatsword with it?
kind of looks at it. Give me.
And I'll take it off my back and hand it to him.
I mean, it's not badly made, but technique is not the best. I can see where the metal has warped up metals, but see my son's blessing. Yes, I could make something with it. What do you have in mind?
I just want it to be... If the damage was magical, it would be amazing.
I mean, of course. I am Vulcan. I don't know if you've heard about me, but I make the best things in all of Thylea, okay?
What if, hear me out, you put a sword on the other end of the sword? 2 swords.
Seems
I don't-
unwieldy.
It's already so big.
It's like gargantuan.
Yeah.
Husky sword.
I mean, Brutus, is there something in particular that you want, or you want me to just get creative? And you can see there's just a sparkle in his old eyes.
I'd love it to, just dish out as much damage as possible, but I leave it in your very capable hands.
You old brown noser.
You know what he'd really, really like is a gift from his grandpa. That's what he'd really, really.
Sure. Surprise me.
Well, I already came with a gift, Daphne. As he kind of waves you forward.
Oh,
To
Yeah.
clarify,
Yeah.
she is not the gift. This is not going to be one of those we are not the Titans. Okay. Anyways, listen. And he kind of like waves you forward, Daphne, as you do come over, and he kind of like does a motion for you to hold up the hammer, kind of show it to everyone.
Hold it up and kind of sigh, like longingly looking at it. Just okay.
So, like I said, she shows a lot of promise. I oversaw her enchanting and recrafting the hammer myself. She was able to put a couple extra runes on it, recraft it, and, well, the gift that didn't really take was Pythor. Is really good with her. This hammer right here. As you guys suddenly hear somebody screeching.
Uh-oh. Oh, God. Uh-oh.
As suddenly coming through the slipstream are what seem to be weirdly bat winged creatures. You see dozens and dozens of demons suddenly piercing through as they push into this thing. This is going to be more of a skill challenge than a traditional combat. As you guys consider those things, you see them latching onto some of the sailors and kind of like wrapping these tails, these stinger tails around their necks and trying to put them over the edge. What I would like you guys to do is, instead of doing the traditional version of combat, still roll me some initiative, but we, like I said, are going to make this a little bit more skill challenge focused. So decide something that you guys would like to use. This could be skills, could be attack rolls, could be anything. Again, this is going to be more you guys telling us the story of how these characters would resolve the situation. And I'm using the initiative really just to give us some structure to it.
Oh man, Daphne goes before me, already off to a bad start.
Alrighty. Daphne, you see this slew, these many weirdly misshapen, like they do remind you, Lyra, by the way, a lot of imps, but they seem to be weird.
Bigger imps.
Smaller, skinnier. They
Oh.
don't seem to really have any lower legs. It just turns into like this weird tail stinger. The backs all have these like hundreds of needles and points kind of sticking off of it. It's almost like a porcupine and an imp had a weird mating ritual. But as they kind of attach themselves, you see them, some of them just release from their tails like all of these incredibly long, probably like a 1.5 foot long needles, and just shooting them like oozes across the deck. Daphne, you're still holding the hammer of Pythor in your hand.
Probably use it one last time, I think she's and they're flying, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Just want to make sure. Honestly, her first reaction would be to start flying up and initiating combat.
All right.
So I'm trying to think of skill challenge-wise what to do.
Describe the scene, and I'll ask for a roll from you. So describe what happens with Daphne, and then we'll make math work it out.
Okay. She's just gonna look up at what's happening in the sky, and immediately this kind of radiant energy comes about her, and these bright golden wings just burst forth from her back as she just kind of uses the edge of the ship to get a little extra boost of a jump as she starts riding off, and with the hammer is very much getting ready to more than likely smite some of them at the same time.
Alrighty, go ahead. Well, let's say as part of that, go ahead and just make me an attack roll. As you fly up into that, feeling the power of Pythor's hammer still connected to you. Rhodas, as you watch this display, similarly as with you, you see the golden veins pulse through her eyes, turning into bright golden orbs, shedding light at the same time as she's just like, and then just one after the other. Whenever she strikes a demon, you see the thing just absolutely get obliterated. There's a flash of golden light that, on this flip side, reminds you much more of Rissa and her capability to channel her arcane power into her strikes as the creatures crumble to dust left and right. That is going to be a success. You see Daphne using her golden wings, just flying in and out for those swarms that are a little bit above the decking itself, out of you guys' reach, trying to pelt you with these needles. Alrighty, up next, we're going to have Yanni.
So I'm sorry, I've been distracted by this work problem. What are we doing that's making this a skill challenge more than a combat?
Just the fact that I want to not do it as a combat, because this is not really a situation where you guys have to worry about that too much.
Okay, I
There's
just
a
wasn't
lot of
sure.
them, right? It's like almost an overwhelming amount of enemies.
It's like
Also,
a mass combat, but at the same time, if we did this in actual like traditional combat, it would take
5
hours.
years.
Exactly, 4 hours for ridiculous things that you can resolve relatively quickly.
Okay. I will pull out the big guns, I guess, then, and throw a fireball at 4th level using my mathematical principles. Yeah, it lets me expand the radius by 5 feet, so it's an even bigger fireball. So let me cast that up.
I agree, dog.
Don't need to place a template.
Righty. As you take you kind of just suddenly throw up all of these arcane symbols into the air before you. You kind of look at them as you do quick math. It's almost like this abacus that is made out of hundreds of different arcane runes. You can see Yanni impossibly fast doing math with that, rearranging them, and suddenly just spreading it out. And as he does, suddenly you see the fire spark forward and explode outward as it shapes itself around some of you to avoid hitting you, and most particularly Daphne. You see the flame engulf and start to devour these creatures. You, however, Yanni, notice that they are resistant to this stuff. As part of this, go ahead and make me an Arcana check.
That makes sense.
I kind of wondered, but I figured it was worth a try.
All right, as the creatures kind of put their wings in, they kind of push out after that. That is going to be a skill fail. As you try to, have the fire kind of burn them away, you kind of curse to yourself as these creatures, almost unimpeded with little trails of smoke after them, are still darting in and out, attacking sailor after sailor. You see and hear kind of like that audio bit that everybody uses, like, oh! You know the one that I'm talking about? You've definitely heard it before. But you hear multiple of the sailors go, and then just disappear into the water, being dragged away. Yanni, as this happens, though, go ahead and make me an insight check. This is going to be just a free going off the top of it.
Wow.
Maybe it's just that you're so embarrassed in that moment. You're like, you did phenomenal work with getting all of the arcane runes to stick together, but as you cast it out, you're like, shit! And you just get angry and start cursing and sing Malaka this, Malaka that. That you don't really notice the bigger picture here. It just seems to be escaping you in that moment. What's up, Yanni?
You know what's even better? I think I still have -3s on everything from Resurrection Sickness.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. Yes, you do.
Yeah. Because I've only had one long rest, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Alrighty. That is going to bring us to Rhodas.
Rhodas is going to rage if all that matters is if it would give him an advantage on an athletics check, because he is going to try to grapple them, but grab 2 of them and like grapple them by the tails and like slam them into each other and slam them on the ground. Yeah.
Get it?
So should I roll with advantage or not?
No, if you click on athletics now, it should be with automatically. You have the little condition on. Yeah.
There you go.
Daphne, as you're striking, creature after creature with a hammer that your also granddaddy had made you improve for your half brother, You can feel the perfect balance with it. However, suddenly you see a pulse of golden light come off of Rhodas as you're like, what the? And he seems to just like take a couple steps and then jump into the air, flying 15 feet high or something like that, grabbing like 3 of them at the same time, using them like a sling, and then spraying them out as multiple others get annihilated. And for the rest of you watching, and the crew kind of takes a moment as you see these 2 demi-celestial creatures just darting in and out. It's almost like this beautiful concert, this harmony of violence between them as they dart back and forth, annihilating these fiendish assailants. Nice. That was a very nice success, Rodents. All right, up next we have Lyra.
Okay. Hear me out.
Hit me. Creativity is appreciated.
I can't lie to the imps, which is my best skill. So I'm gonna go for second best. Because I also don't have any AoE spells. Whoops. I want to kind of just get into the center of the ship and look at all of the soldiers and just kind of be like, all right, boys, this is it. Get it together. Get your bows. Get your arrows. We got to guard the ship. We got things to do. We got people to see. I need you all to get it together. And I want to roll a persuasion check to rally the soldiers to kill these imps for us.
Absolutely. Sorry, when you said get your bows, get your whatever, I don't have rest, hide your wife, hide your kids. Yeah. But anyway, so as you step in the middle, and you really are feeling this energy of leadership. This is not even like a magical thing. This is just, you can feel this in your veins as you're starting to cry to us. This one, we need help over there. Get up. Then kind of Thylea kind of like takes a moment as she watches you kind of really take this leadership position. Go ahead and roll that persuasion check. Oh baby! Alrighty, with a natty 20. As you kind of look through, you really are able to bolster the feeling as this thing is going on for like a minute now. You can see Rhoda starting to wear down a little bit, get a little bit tired. You can see the wings starting to kind of wink out for Daphne as well. But the sailors are actually contributing, fighting these creatures down. You see the spears pierce through a couple at the same time, and you know they're starting to do work as well. As it kind of comes down to Estrella now. Estrella, you can see that the stragglers are still there. They're cornering some of the most wounded sailors and soldiers upon the ship. You can see Bulbug actually has like maybe 20 or so attached to him as he's like down on her knee, and there's just blood running all over him. The entire deck is coated in it. What do you do?
Okay, so Estrella is going to cast Spirit Guardians, and what that looks like for her is that these threads of fate are going to kind of encircle her, but every now and then they sort of like open up like a mouth that like just screams, and they come back in. And it's kind of like a cacophony of like whispers, a little bit like the Fate Mommies do. And she'll see that Bulbug is in trouble, and she's just gonna run, entering these things' orbit. And as she does, they each take 3d8.
Right. So as far as mechanically speaking, why don't you make me... Let's see. Make me an Arcana check, but add 4 to it, because you'll be using your Wisdom rather than your Intelligence modifier for it.
18.
Alrighty, as indeed you step forward and you see all these fate strings kind of push outward, these faces kind of appearing in and disappearing, being made out of the fate strings themselves, and then kind of like coming back in and out, back in and out, back in and out, tearing these things apart. You guys are able to start mopping up. In the last seconds of this minute, you can see Daphne and Rhoda's kind of like taking the last ones and just ripping the heads off of the bodies. Lyra, you're able to coordinate the last people not being torn apart, as Yanni, you're still kind of cursing. However, you do kind of think to yourself towards the end there, as Estrella is able to finish off the last ones, having the Spirit Guardians slouch off their flesh. You hear the voice with Thylea and once more.
Everybody or just Yanni?
This is just Yanni. You don't actually hear a voice, this is just a memory. Yanni.
Gotcha.
You hear, again, you remember Lutheria. Okay, we'll just do it like this. You remember Lutheria saying she's going to hurt your friends and not And indeed, throughout this entire thing, not a single one of these things approached you, attacked you, or damaged you.
This is right. This is what she was talking about. She's trying to get at me by taking away the people that are around me. Oh, I'm gonna kill her so dead. I'm gonna hit her so hard her mom feels it. I mean, her mom's the whole, land of Thylea.
With that, you see that dozens and dozens of these creatures are slain, lying in piles above, starting to melt away in these sulfurous piles, and you have a steaming, angry Vulcan who just... Girl! And he kind of points towards you, Daphne. This is the angriest you have ever seen him. He goes, you stay here for a bit. I have something I need to take care of. As he suddenly just, you feel the ship again, kind of like bob up and down as he pierces through the slipstream, disappears.
Dang.
Hey. Daphne's just gonna like slowly turn around to everybody. Hi.
So this isn't usually how we greet new people.
That's kind of a lie.
Well, it's not our choice of how we greet new people. It just seems to happen.
Gotcha. That's...
I mean, we met Estrella in a bar fight. We met Minos when we were fighting basilisks. Maybe
Okay.
this is how we greet people.
I'm gonna just
That's
kind of
true.
circle around her. Are your wings still out? Or are those?
Sure. Yeah, they can be.
Rotus, do you have those? Why don't? Do you have these?
I don't. Can't say that I can fly.
Right.
It's okay, me either.
There are a few times he got so
Cat?
worked up that he like radiated enough heat to burn everybody around him, but I've never seen that.
Pretty dangerous. I only bust that out every so often, you know.
Gotcha. Some anger issues or...
Just tends to hurt everyone around me and me.
Oh. So we are related. Okay.
Yeah. There you go.
Well,
That felt
It
real
does-
deep. Do we need to like unpack some stuff?
It
real
runs in the
quick?
family.
no, sorry, dark joke, you know. When you're share the same father, you share the same father with a lot of people. I cope with humor. I don't know about you.
So it's mainly just crying.
Oh, yeah, that too.
Well.
And I don't have anything to cope with at all.
Oh, we might want to fix that.
Don't know that's
My relationships are great.
Sure.
He's gonna get married in like less than a year or something. I don't know.
That's
We're
true.
not really
You're
keeping
invited.
track.
You're invited officially now.
Thanks. I'll try to find a good dress in time.
Definitely. You remember your meeting with your shared sister in Astoria. You remember how hoity she was and, in fact, not very kind toward you. You remember her speaking of... She didn't seem to have gone into a lot of detail, but you do remember the name Corinna being thrown about, and that Rhodas would take her as his wife one.
Oh, is that the wedding? Okay. Cool.
I'm very
starting to
excited about
understand.
it.
There's a lot of things, but yeah, that's very exciting. I don't know much about you, but or her, but that's exciting.
And where have you been hiding all these years?
On just at a vineyard. I guess I wasn't really hiding. Yeah.
Well,
I
wine
just-
is great.
How mysterious.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, it's a typical story. Mom and dad met, and then he went out one day and he just never came back. And yeah.
Wow, I cannot relate to that.
Oh, right. Actually, I think I have something for you. I'm sorry. What was your name again? I want to make sure I have the name right.
For
Which
me?
one of us?
Yes.
Which one?
Yeah, beautiful. Astray? Estrella, yes. Sorry, I'm really bad with names. But I'll get it right. Estrella. And she'll just kind of out from her little pouch take this very beautifully wrapped circular shape.
And this,
I gift wrapped it myself, but your mother says hi.
You like Estrella was so excited, like blushing excited, and then when she said it was from her mother, like it just kind of like.
It could be from me. I mean,
That would be better. You wrapped it. It's really nice. Thank you.
yeah. Thanks. I read a book on it.
She's gonna like hold it and look at it.
what is it?
It's
How did
really
you wrap
pretty.
it, Daphne? By the way, what did you use for the wrapping?
Some very nice. I mean, it's definitely probably like butcher paper at one point that she took the time to like draw on, like used ink to make it like a nice little floral pattern, and then wrapped it to where like there's just a little bow that she would have to untie the string for it to just very simply fall open. It's a side hobby. Sometimes Vulcan doesn't allow me in the shop or to touch things, so that's kind of what I did.
Hey, why?
Yeah, I can be a bit of a klutz. It's okay though.
He probably does it and blames it on you. That is kind of how men work.
Yeah, actually, yeah, probably. But some of it is my fault. Anyways, if you want to open it, you don't have to open it though. I can see you looked a little sad. I could toss it in the sea if you don't.
No, I thank you.
Yeah,
I
of
just
course.
it's so pretty how it is. You wrapped it, so I could just keep it like this.
Really, I mean, I did wrap it in a way like you didn't have to tear the wrapping paper because I'm kind of like that. But yeah.
Should I open it now? Do you think?
You should open it.
You do whatever you want to do. You are a very strong, independent woman.
I really like you. And
Thanks.
thank you for noticing that about me because it's kind of new. So thank you. And I will pull the bow and unwrap it.
You pull it, and indeed, it just falls perfectly open. And inside, let's say the floral pattern kind of continues, and it seems to kind of bloom open, and it is gorgeous. And it seems to really showcase two different things. Underneath this beautiful golden wreath, laurels kind of putting out, looking like a crown almost. You can see a small parchment folded up. Another string kind of thought of message, it seems. You look closer at this laurel wreath and you can see that engraved into it are magnificent scenes of Gyagans crafting massive pieces of war gear. You can see nymphs kind of enchanting what seems to be entire armies. You can see satyrs singing of ballads and centaurs rushing towards battle. You can see magnificent scenes of the history of Thylea and its fey races engraved onto each one of these petals of the laurels. You almost look past it onto the notes that you note from your.
I'm just gonna like look from the note up to Daphne and then just smile, and then just kind of make eye contact with everybody else who's probably just staring at me. Yeah.
100%.
Right. This
Thanks. Yeah, that letter isn't from me. I won't write a letter. I just met you.
Oh.
It's nice to meet you, though.
Right. Nice to meet you. I'll be right back. Just going to put this in the room. Yeah? And I'll go to my room and read the letter. Not in front of everyone.
All right, you run on down and you hear the loud snoring of Brissa greet you. As you do descend downwards, and you just hear the and Silas just kind of like trying to rummage through the bag and definitely looking for something made out of gold as she kind of looks up sheepishly towards you and just rushes and kind of like hides behind some crates. As sheepishly as, you know, a fairly decently sized dragon at this point can look like. What do you kind of explore first? This wreath? Or no?
No, I feel like I put the wreath aside immediately and open it out.
You come ting 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 ting.
Well, yeah, no, it's pretty, and I like pretty. So no, I would gently place it on the bed, but I'm more interested in the note for sure.
You take the twine, you pull it to the side, and you open it up. And the beautiful slitting, you know, writing of your... It's almost like this unexpected pang of feeling homesick and happy. It's little notes that she would leave you as a child whenever you know, knew she was going to go on a longer trip to see, you know, someone in Mitros or a region story. She would leave you notes that you could open every day that she was gone, telling you that she loved you and she was excited to see you again. You guys would do together when she came back. And this is almost like one of these little notes. It's this cognitive dissonance moment. Seeing something that for so long has kind of passively kept you in that cave. It was still an expression of love, this form of control Percy was so very good at. See it in your hands and kind of feel the paper once more. My little star, I hope that you are not too mad at me. If only I ever wanted the best for you, your father. Your father is a complicated man. He is strong, and I know you are too. I was too afraid to let you go outside because you can see droplets where tears have dried upon the parchment. Because I was worried about what others would try to do with you. To turn you into a puppet of their machinations, and I'm sorry. In turn, I turned you into mine. And little star, I know that you are becoming a woman. Probably already are now. Just know that your mama loves you. Always will. Please find my gift to you. It's a show of my faith in you and your abilities to succeed. Signed, Mama.
I feel like Estrella is ugly crying at this point. Like halfway through the letter, she's actually ugly crying, and then she's like trying to, so she doesn't wake Brissa up. Wow, that's a lot. Yeah, she reads through it a few times, and I think in the back of her mind, Estrella always knew that it was out of love that her mother did what she did. But this is a lot. This is a lot. This hasn't happened in a long time since her childhood, I guess, that she's done these kind of notes. So, yeah. So she'll. And you said it's a wreath, a laurel wreath,
Made out of
that would,
gold. Like, this seems to be solid gold with these engravings on the side. And as you look closer, you can actually see that there are hundreds of little gems that make up and kind of like almost like frame these scenes. You can see ceruleans and diamonds and tiny little rubies all inset in that. This is a crown worthy of a queen.
Sell that for so much money.
You probably could.
I'm just kidding. We're not.
I'll identify it ritually as I kind of sit there.
As you identify it ritually, you can suddenly feel a deep, old, ancient magic pulls out from it, and your eyes are pulled afar as you suddenly find your eyes be pulled away, jetting far, far to the north. Suddenly you find yourself flying, your awareness, your perception is flying across the continent of Thylea. It's just a blur of greens and blues and grays. And suddenly you find yourself in the temple. The background is blurry and hard to make out, but you can see her face so clearly. It is downcast. She looks upward. You tell that she must be kneeling, looking up at the statue of Sidon. She says, "Mother, beg you. I will give you almost anything. Keep her safe. I have seen what your wife is capable of, and I swear to you," and you can see there are just white hot tears that are starting to streak down her face, "if she does anything to touch my little star, I will bring everything down on your head. Do you hear me?" From behind you, you can hear a clop, 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 hoofs hitting marble. You hear the voice echoing through. "Hey now, sweet thing. No need to get so upset. Didn't you say that there were some such heroes or something that were taking care of things?" "Yes, sweetling. Yes, of course. They are called the Light of Thylea, remember?" Oh, hard to remember it. Hard to remember anything but you, sweet. I could never forget. That's right, that is. And you can suddenly see Versa seems to be more aware of her surroundings, and she kind of wipes the tears away. Up. It's almost like she's looking. Eyes straight. She does. You can see a little smile that spreads across her. It's a little bit. Suddenly, it seems to disappear. Back. Happen. Tears and makeup streaking down your face, having like kind of dripped onto the note, just a little bit on the outside, you know. And you hold this thing. Mechanically, Marissa. This thing does a couple different things. It's always going to be a couple. First, you can see that indeed it actually, each one of the rubies that are inside seems to be a replication of Sidon's eye. And you see throughout that this indeed has holy power that it was crafted with. This can function as a holy symbol for you for your cleric casting, though it is not technically directly associated with it. More importantly to you, probably, it essentially functions as a. Why am I forgetting on this? What's one of the most important cleric items? Holy crap, my brain is just melting at this point.
Holy water? No.
All your spell attack rolls get a +2, and your save DCs go up by 2 once you're attuned to this item, which does require attunement. Furthermore, while you wear the wreath, you can use your Channel Divinity feature without expending one of its feature's uses. Once this property is used, it cannot be used until the next dawn. So you essentially just get an extra Channel Divinity. Finally, The wreath can function as a focus for divination spells like scrying, and you can you can cast scrying once a day with a DC 17. Once you have used it this way, you cannot use it that way again until the next day.
Well,
Pretty cool.
yeah, Estrella spends like a few more minutes with it, and she'll put it on. And there's no mirrors, unfortunately, so she doesn't realize that her makeup looks the way it looks, So now she looks like a true goth kid. But she'll just like walk out back to everybody else, trying to just be like nonchalant. But she actually looks pretty scary.
The minute that Daphne left, not Daphne, the minute Estrella left, Daphne would have like turned around to everyone else and be like, did I do something wrong? I was supposed to give, like, I couldn't not give that gift. Should I have?
No, you're fine. It's like parent issues. We all have. Which, speaking of, so there's only one prerequisite for you to be on this ship with us, and it's that we all have a terrible, awful, tragic event that happened in our life. So I'm gonna need you to immediately tell us what yours is. Thank you, and go. Oh wait, actually, hold up. Hesperos?
Yes.
There's a new person on the boat, and I need you to write about them for us. Thank you.
I'm
You- no,
bandaging
you
the
don't.
wounds of these soldiers around here. I do want to. I just hold on. I do have some duties upon this ship. I will be with you shortly.
We'll cliff
That's
notes
useful.
it. So
Cliff note?
You see.
We're like nowhere near any cliffs. What are you talking about?
there's cliffs everywhere, Yanni.
Okay, I know that like you're a siren, and that means you've got like some kind of bird genes or something. So I know some birds really like to like perch on cliffs and stuff, but
See?
I was gonna ask where that was gonna go because I couldn't. It took me a while to see where he was gonna go with that. Yep.
Everyone
you
thinks I'm a
got
bird.
you got to give me a break, man. I've had a rough couple of days.
Yeah, you did die.
It sounded funnier in my head,
Clap, clap, clap.
and then
clap,
it came
clap.
out, and it wasn't so much.
All right. My name. You see this very handsome, kind of like it's almost like a young buck kind of antler kind of coming off of his head, long kind of golden woven braid cascading down his back. Satyr kind of do a bow before you. And you are someone who works with Vulcan. That is interesting. I saw you during the fight. Are you? And kind of like does this little finger point between you.
Yeah, we're half siblings, yeah.
Oh. I'm going to have to
How many have you met? Sorry.
A few.
Yeah, okay.
There are more that claimed. Anyway, tell me what. Are you setting me up for something? Is somebody about to hurt me? He looks very worried and confused as he kind of remembers that Lyra had specifically asked him to come over. And after some of the threats that had been made against his life, he's kind of like, I don't want to be hurt.
I do one of these. I do it.
Listen, I'm trying to do the good thing for you, huh?
No, I'm just. It was a joke. It was a joke. It was a joke. I've accepted the fact that you're unfortunately going to be on this ship with us, so I've decided to actually make use of the things that you do.
Terrible at writing comedies. Lyra was never talented as a bard, and it was no surprise that she never became one because she would have failed.
This is his whole shtick. He just kind of documents everything for us. He's unfortunately made it his job to write about our conquests. And so if you're going to be a part of the ship, unfortunately, you're going to have to have a heart-to-heart with him for a second. So.
I don't really... I wasn't really expecting to be part of the ship. I was just kind of like
Yeah,
Vulcan
well-
wanted to show like the family business
Mhm,
since
mhm,
I guess
mhm.
I'm a part of the family, and
Yeah.
I don't really need to.
Right. Yeah,
It's
and then
good.
he left, so unfortunately you're stuck on
Yeah,
the
he
ship.
did.
So
I don't even know how to get off this boat, to be honest.
Oh no. I don't. My wings don't last that long. I don't think I could fly.
Seems like you're on your way to our destination anyway.
Where are we headed?
the Isle of Yonder, and we've got 2 more days, so buckle up.
Great. I can't wait. Hopefully Vulcan will be back before that.
Well, if not, you can help us kill a dragon and an army.
Oh, sure.
You seem
I
pretty
have
capable.
no experience with that. I've read about it though, so
Well, you were swinging that hammer around, okay?
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
thanks. Yeah, thanks. Testing it out.
It's a very
Um,
nice design. Did you make this? Is this your hammer? And how do you spell your name?
DAPHNE.
She can spell. Look at you. Oh,
I know, that's one
Thank
step above you. Good job, Hesperos. Good job.
So,
I'm sorry.
Ro, how come you can't fly like her? Did you get that from your mom?
I don't think so. Maybe.
I couldn't tell you how it works, to be honest.
Hmm.
We're all special in our own way, Yanni.
Yeah, I guess.
Oh,
You
sweet,
especially.
I mean, not everybody can say they were eaten and reborn by the Queen of the Fates.
Exactly.
What, you got your baggage, I got mine.
You know what? Fair point. I have learned when to not ask questions and when to ask questions.
To
And
be
this
fair,
is one of
that's
those times
literally
where
all
I
I
don't.
know. Like, I just learned all this in the last few weeks. So.
Oh, wow. So when you were talking about like tragic backstories and unpacking trauma, you really meant that.
I sure did, so
Okay.
go ahead.
He's definitely gonna look like, is Astraea back yet? And I like
you see the long makeup streaked face of Astraea with a smile, right? Kind of like walking out with a wreath upon her head as Hesperos kind of just leans over towards you, Lyra. Kind of gives you a look up and down and goes, "Should I even ask?
Nope.
I'll find out anyway. Have to be friendly."
She will actually hurt you.
Mhm. Astraea, as you
it's
re-enter the
just
group,
white eyes, completely white eyes, wreathed in this like thick black eyeliner that's like streaked down. It look a little bit like the crow, a little bit. It might be kind of terrifying. Who knows?
it's like Angelina Jolie. I don't know why, but that's like what I'm imagining Angelina Jolie in Maleficent, but like runny makeup.
Mm.
Yes, it might be a good new look for me. Actually, I think this might be what we do moving forward.
You gotta get those
100%.
weird cheekbone things. Like
Oh,
from
right.
Maleficent.
Monkey cheekbones. Yeah. Not that
definitely gonna. You wow that look. I'm not really into makeup. That looks good on you. That's a really cool look. The crown looks great. I'm surprised it fits. I mean, I had no idea that it would fit you right away. You look awesome.
You're very nice.
Yeah.
Bring this to me.
Thanks. So yeah, how was the note? I mean, you don't have to go into personal. I guess we all just talk about personal stuff here. I'm not.
Oh yeah.
But what about
I
you?
heard you were going to share your drama. So
No.
Trauma. Not drama.
Hesperos really brings the worst out of all of us. I look at him disappointingly.
I just like to uncover the truths of each of our backstories so that I can tell the most epic story possible. There's nothing wrong. Yes. So, but we
you
are
insist.
all, walking upon coals. What is your tragic backstory?
David can definitely look for an excuse to like leave.
I'm sorry. Did you want him to leave?
Sure, make me a
Just
perception check, Daphne.
because Daphne was not prepared for the situation.
You look around, and it is so obvious to all that Daphne's just like, and she just points towards random places. She kind of points over the edge of the ship and kind of starts walking that way, and realizes I can't walk over the edge of the ship, and just walks away. She doesn't even say anything.
Hey,
She just
Hesperos.
starts walking away.
Hesperos, come with me. I'll tell you what it was like to be dead in the Nether Sea with Thylea giving me shit.
Ooh. And he kind of just starts walking towards you. Clap, 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 clap.
I'll just walk up to Estrella, and I'll be like, "Hey, are you? You're kind of," and I'll disguise self to make myself look like what she looks like right now.
Oh, that's what she meant about the. But it kind of works, no?
Yeah, no, I mean, it doesn't look bad, but it is also really obvious that you've been crying a lot in like 10 minutes. You were not gone very long.
Yeah, so you know how we were just talking about family trauma? Not drama. I don't know why I keep saying that.
I mean, both.
yeah.
It's kind of both.
I'll hand her the note. So turns out my mother like really loves me, you know? No big deal. That's all. Oh, also, and I saw her, and she was talking to Sidon, and she was like, "If you hurt my daughter, I will fucking bring everything I have against you." And she was fucking scary. Okay, like I have known her my whole life, but she was the scariest I have ever seen her, ever. Oh, and I also saw Minos, and he was like, "Hey there, little lady. What's the matter? You sad? Bummer."
Yeah, that sounds like him.
Yeah, it was a lot. Very short time, but a lot happened. Oh.
That's the most words Minos ever said at one time without there being a bad pun somewhere in amongst those words, just so everybody.
I mean, that's all of that sounds good, I guess. Like, your mom loves you, that's great. I didn't know we had doubts about that, but that's cool. And also she doesn't want Sidon to do anything, that's also good. That's another little chip, in our corner, little token, little I don't know what she could. The only other time I've seen her mad is when she got into a fight with your dad at the bar when we met you.
Yeah.
So I'm sure she is. I mean, she's the Oracle, so I'm sure she's like crazy powerful somehow. So.
Oh yeah. No. Sorry. Important part. I forgot this. She was saying, "I have seen what your wife is going to do to her." Important detail. And if that happens, I will bring everything against you.
Do you think it was everything that just happened? Because if it was, just so close, just right there, a little too late.
I think so, because this was pretty easy to take care of. It seemed like
it really,
this shit was going to be
honest. I'll be real with you. I didn't even really do anything. I just yelled at the soldiers to do stuff, and somehow that worked. And I'm kind of really getting into it.
Yeah, no, you like made everybody like get to fucking work. That was great.
Turns out the things that I'm good at, I'm actually good at, and I should probably start doing them more.
Well, you're the leader of the group, I think is clear.
We still need to talk about that, because I don't think that's the truth at all.
I do. I think you should just own it,
If anyone, it's probably Ro or Brissa. Probably Brissa. Who is still asleep downstairs.
Jonathan, we all think it's here.
Speaking of Ro, as Lyra and Estrella are having the conversation, Yanni's very obviously distracting Hesperos with embellished stories about the underworld. What does Ro do as he sees Daphne kind of walk away? He's kind of just standing there with the same kind of like big bulk that you see and respect. Game recognizes game. Like it's
True.
clear that she has Pythor's blood in her. But what do you do? What do you think?
I think that Rodus is curious. Mostly, he's thinking about how Daphne and Vulcan might have been introduced. Did you say, is she like alone right now? You said she's just sort of like standing around awkwardly.
I like doing the awkward kind of like hugging her massive torso. It's like it's weird how little this big person can look.
I'll walk over to her and Vulcan took my sword, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. That's sort of what I wanted, I guess. I will walk over and I will say the hammers definitely seems to have made some significant improvements since I used it last. You've done your work pretty well.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, this was made for you. Vulcan went on and on about how great you are and how proud he is of you, and you're probably the favorite of his grandchildren.
Well,
you know,
being a prophesied savior of the world helps, I'm sure, with how
totally.
much I want to help. Not something that I necessarily signed up for, but how were you and Vulcan introduced?
Oh, I just kind of started traveling around a little bit, for work, and kind of just happened upon one day his shop and went in, and I found out a lot that that first week when I got there. I don't know where my dad's been this whole time, who he is. That's where my mom told me to go. I didn't realize my mom kind of pulled a fast one on me, told me to go there, and yeah. Anyways, so yeah, I met him. I met our half sister. She doesn't like me. That's okay though. Yeah, I don't know her, so that's fine. We have a lot of family.
Were you able to meet Pythor himself?
Oh yeah.
Was he sober for that at least?
No.
You think
He has a
back
habit
to the
of that.
scene of Pythor just be like, "I wrote this," and you see his daughter just grab the bridge of her nose and goes, "Father, this is a woman before you. What?" And she just kind of shook her head and started walking away. Oh, hey, he kind of and just face planted, and we go back into the curriculum.
I'm sure he made a great impression.
Yeah, he sure made one. He sure made an impression. You're not wrong there. Yeah, it really puts things in perspective, though. Like, I don't know about you, but like, I definitely like that my mom kind of like, really, this, you like that? But she's her own independent woman, and I can't really judge her. I mean, she was young.
The mention of your mom, you can tell Rodus does not want to talk about his mom, or that it's sort of like a sore subject.
Yeah, totally. We don't have to. Sorry, I didn't mean to bring it up. Family. God, I'm sorry. Look, I'm bad at meeting new people. I don't really socialize. I'm just point me at something and I'll fight. That's kind of my job. Was my job.
Where we're headed, that's it's going to be pretty useful. I think that you can keep that hammer in your hands until we need to part ways. But eventually I am going to need it.
Oh no, yeah. This is yours. Vulcan would be mad if I left with it.
Well, I'm sure it'll be useful for you in this upcoming battle. I expect that Gaius and his men will be, formidable foes.
Yeah, that's fighting Gaius, huh? That's wow. How you feeling about that? How are you all dealing with this whole being, heroes of the whole, life as we know it?
It's been interesting.
Yeah.
I'd say the worst part has been dealing with the Titans interfering what seems daily, as you just experienced.
Yeah. I gotta be honest. At first, I was a little jealous of like, I mean, I got his blood too. Why can't I be that cool? But now I'm seeing this. I'm like, I don't want that. I want to go back to the forge.
And I'll point at Yanni if he's on deck and say, but I'll say no one has it as bad as he does in terms of interference from Lutheria.
Ooh, her?
She seems to have it out for him.
Oh, yikes. That sucks. I don't know how else to put that.
We've been surviving one fight at a time and getting stronger along the way.
Well, it doesn't kill you, makes you stronger, right?
That's right.
You hear big heavy hooves kind of step up behind you. And Daphne, as you turn around, you see the familiar face of a Minotaur, whom you've definitely met before. Large and towering as he is, reaching hugely even above towering, making you two look small, as Bullbug. The Minotaur you have fought so many times, who for some reason refuses to ever kill the opponents, but rather knocks them unconscious when he can. Daphne? What are you doing here? And he just kind of grabs you and was like, big old Minotaur hug, just like, I haven't seen you since the fighting Pizza and Astoria.
I know. What are you doing? I had heard that like there were rumors going around that you were going to retire. This doesn't look like retirement though.
Retire me. They had me fighting at the Great Games, Minotaur slave and all that. I was supposed to die, but then these guys, they let me live. And so I said, hey, what's better than traveling with the light of Thylea? I like these guys. They're nice. So are you still fighting?
I mean, I think I'm taking a break. I don't know if it's really for me. I'm learning something else, yeah.
Nonsense. You're one of the best gladiators I've ever met. No offense.
Defense taken.
Are you... Is he... I'm...
4.
Are you... Did you also fight Rhodus?
I did. I was pretty well known in the fighting pits for entertaining with various beasts.
Which fighting rings? I mean, this is the first time I've heard your... Maybe I thought I heard your name before and I just haven't.
I'm sure you have. I'm sure you've forgotten.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, you're right. Actually, now that I think about I think I have heard.
In Astoria, especially, that's where you've heard.
Oh,
if you've ever been there, my name's everywhere. To be honest.
Yeah, actually, I think I have heard your name before. Yeah, definitely, 100%. Wow, I can't believe I have heard so much about you and all the things that you've done. I can't believe it. Can you believe I actually forgot that?
No, it happens all the time. You wrote this. You probably went by nickname. I remember you. Weren't you called the Bestiari or something?
No, always Rhodus.
Oh. Bullbug does the exact same thing that Daphne did earlier. Kind of just starts. Thylea, do you need something heavy carried? Please use me as a cow. And he just starts walking. Nice seeing you, Daphne.
No, yeah, it's good to see you too. He's like one of my best friends. It's good to see him again.
Well,
thank you for saving him, actually. Thank you.
Well, it was all me, so you're welcome.
Oh, yeah, of course. Being a fantastic gladiator that I've heard of before. Remind me.
Rhodus is just going to walk away very satisfied with the conversation. He's like, that one.
Dad thing, kind of like.
That one, great.
His belt a little bit, kind of puts his hands on his hips and starts walking off. Yeah.
Daphne's definitely gonna like flap the legs and kind of do like the another successful conversation, Mom. I'm working on my social skills. pulls out like a book of like how to socialize for dummies. Yeah, chapter 2.
That's just a scroll.
Yeah.
Of all of these like sort of situations with this like Greek ass art, like people conversing with each other. It's perfect. But yeah, the day otherwise keeps going as it has. Is there anything else that you guys would want to accomplish during the travels?
Yanni's gonna be sleeping a lot.
Things that are not passively going to happen, things that I have to make sure we might have to roleplay and or roll. If I make you guys roll for sleep, I will.
I mean,
be
if
very
my archenemy is the among other things the goddess of the dream realm, then me sleeping a lot could require your intervention. I don't know.
Think there's anything that I want to do.
With that, you guys travel on for, well, the rest of the day, which was, of course, significant. You guys started traveling pretty late into the evening, then into the next day thereafter, and after 3 days of travel, you find yourself coming out of the slipstream, the boat slowing down. By the way, before we just gloss over this, because Daphne certainly has been kind of looking around. It's like, the day goes on, and lunch is fine. It's like, oh yeah, he'll be back. He's busy. He's a god. There's a lot of stuff that goes on. We go into the evening of that, and I guess I'll have dinner with you guys. I guess if I can. Or Thylea kind of is like, yeah, of course. Bulba kind of tells you about all the different stories, and then you end up sleeping. About 5 of the sailors ended up being either drugged off the ship or ended up succumbing to their wounds. There's some new bunks open, is what I'm saying. But anyway, you end up sleeping with the rest of the crew, waking up the next morning, still no sign of. The day passes again, the second day, still no sign of Vol. Kind of start getting concerned. Third day, as during night you guys come out of the slipstream with the massive blackness of the starry night sky kind of shining above you guys. You can actually see the sky seems to be clear up until it hits the island before you. The island. Pull up my notes. To the right. Now the island itself seems to be this rocky, uninviting place. It has a shallow cove that you can see from where you're at. And seems to be probably the best and easiest place to lay anchor, because otherwise you might get crushed up against the many cliff sides with all of the birds you could ever imagine kind of struck up against it. You see stained and charred white marble and concrete ruins that dot the shoreline, and you can clearly see the bones of giants all throughout, with 6 arms sometimes splayed out and the old broken weapons at their sides. It is very easily seen that, or it's very easy for you to guess that these corpses, these skeletons, belong to Gigans. You can see that there are some relatively intact structures throughout and doorways, and those that are still are unusually tall and wide. This must have been an island and abode of sorts for the Gigans. A tower near the cove is the only complete building in sight. You can tell that it must have been built recently. Its foundation, though, seems to be much older, having been probably restored and then used as a foundation for the tower to be built upon. From a window in the tower, you see a 6-armed Cyclops looking out onto the sea and is squinting down, and you can make out that its one massive eye seems to see the Ultros. And with that, we're going to be taking a quick potty break. We'll see you guys here very shortly. Thank you guys for listening so far. And I guess I shouldn't say we'll see you shortly twice. That's just silly. Sorry for doing all of the emotional happiness thing. I know it's super uncharacteristic. I'll stop doing it by the end of the session. Next session will again be totally brutal emotional damage. Don't get used to it, guys. Just don't get used to it. All right, we'll see you guys shortly. Bye. Alrighty, we are back. Welcome back to Light of Thylea. We have just landed upon the Island of Yonder, where our intrepid adventurers are hoping to catch the commander Gaius, the leader of the forces of Sidon, a titan god that plans to attack the city of Mitros, the capital of the civilized world upon Thylea. Now, you made a new acquaintance. Daphne has joined the crew involuntarily to a certain extent. Has maybe endeared herself a little bit to some of you. Rhodas just thinks, yeah, she hadn't heard of me. Oh, she did hear. Social graces were. You find yourselves
Exactly
approaching
right.
the islands late at night, and you can see a Geigen warrior kind of look out and spot you guys' ship. What do you guys do? Now,
Thought they were all dead.
What's interesting about this is a ways out. And because I know this is going to come up, Yanni, you still have one negative roll.
Yeah. Yep. I also don't have all my hit dice back yet, so I'm going to do another 4 long rests.
Oh yeah.
Where is
it? More long rests for me.
The Geigen that sees us, where are they standing?
Up on this tall tower that is built upon an old foundation of a building, you can see all of these old Geigen ruins just scattered throughout this island as far as you guys are able to see.
Is he like close to the shoreline or like more inland? Like, would we run into him first, or is it we'd kind of run into everything all at once?
You would. It's kind of like along this path as you guys have kind of like started sailing around it. We'll say that you guys spent like a good half hour trying to like scope out best places, and Ophelia was like, "This seems to be the safest place to take in the ship." As she kind of instructed the crews to kind of start scoping out, you can see this tower kind of rise up, and the figure seems to be spotting where you guys are at, squinting. You can see its one eye at you all, but it's just like with the illumination of the moon and some of the stars sparkling down, it seems like your ship just stands out right against the shimmering silver that is the surface of the sea here.
Well, hope we didn't want to make a surprise entrance.
But was that was like literally the plan, wasn't it?
Damon has a rule about plans.
Look, we try, okay?
How
At
far?
least try.
How far out from the beach are we?
Probably at least like 600 feet or so. So it's a little ways away. It's not like a full mile or anything like that. Anyone who is proficient with history or survival, go ahead and make me a check. You get to choose which one.
Oh snap! I'm proficient with history. Who would have thunk? Yeah, that sounds about right.
Okay. We'll go with Rhodas since he's the one who rolled first high enough. The squinting motion kind of looking down reminds you of your years because you have fought some Geigens in the pits before. You know, true gladiators fight Geigens. And as you are able to see kind of squint at you, you are confident of the fact that Geigens, the Cyclops in general, have very terrible depth perception. And things at a distance become kind of hard for them to really be able to tell. They don't really know how far things are away. And you wonder with the size and the difference, the literal like range that you guys are away from the tower, whether it is really spotting you guys as friendly or enemy ship. You, in that moment, also remember Estrella and the others having mentioned in their visions that they had seen, or it was actually Lyra, that the ships had been sailing away from the island. At least that's what the fates have been passing on. Estrella, let's say Rhodas, you kind of bring that up, the depth perception issue. Estrella, you with the history check remember for sure. In general, Cyclops hated having to deal with things at long range, much preferring historically the books that you read and became a bookworm about, you know, studying some of the battles. If anything, they try to use the might of Sidon to pepper things from a distance with storms and spells, forcing them to come closer so that their might and size and lack of depth perception was less of an issue.
So that we should probably, meaning that I think we should probably like disembark here and then proceed from where we are now.
Seems like it would be
Is that what I'm
safer,
getting from that?
given they can't be sure where we're at now. Maybe we can lower our smaller ship into the water on the other side of the boat and take a sneakier path in the shore. Everyone in?
Sure.
Oh, best of luck, everyone. I'll just stay here on
Oh
the ship.
no, you're coming with us.
Oh. I'm sure Vulcan will be back for me any moment now.
Nope, I wouldn't bet on it.
Well, that's great, because if he comes straight to you, then he can help us too.
True. I would love Vulcan's help.
Yeah, actually, honestly, that would be great. He
As
could
you guys
probably
all
bring
remember that
Pythor too.
Vulcan
Hopefully,
can't
he's over his
necessarily
depressive episode.
directly be involved with any of this.
True. The oath of peace and all. Yeah, I mean, I'll start lowering down our rowboat into the water, opposite, the guard.
Rhodas,
I'm in the rowboat while he lowers it down, because that's easier.
you peek your head down below the deck, a hopeful glint in your eye. You know that over the last couple of days, Thylea, having eaten some rusted coins, has just been getting violently sick, the tetanus running through her, and
Oh,
her good paladin friend, Brissa, has been seeing to her side, trying to keep her alive. Stay alive. And try to really make sure that this dragon doesn't just perish on the short travel of 3 days upon the sea. But it's been looking rough. First day was the worst so far, but the fever at least has come down on a dragon. Now, a fever on a dragon runs extremely hot. And as such, Brissa goes, why don't you guys go ahead and I'll follow? Be the cavalry. I can't leave my dragon behind.
I remember my first time on a boat. Oh, it's a seasickness joke? Okay, I'm sorry.
No.
No, yeah.
that was
Got it.
Yeah, that was Brissa's
we got
reaction.
it. We got it.
My dragon is not. She ate bad stuff.
I don't know
Yeah,
if
you're
greed
making a
is
joke.
better. Greed is a better reason.
Hesperos puts like up a 2 that he rolled.
I suppose we can, we'll just have to make do without you. Hopefully Daphne can pick up the slack.
I mean, I
Oh, no.
doubt it. I doubt she's ever gonna be as amazing as you, Rhodas. But without me there, you definitely need the help. So
Yeah, she'll probably do great, and I'll stand behind Daphne. But it doesn't really mean much because I'm 5 foot.
you disappear. It's really just the wings on the side that are poking out.
But like from her ribs, not from her shoulders.
Mhm. Yeah, no, I can't fly today either.
All right.
Oh. Well, this feels good. I think we should walk in there. We should head out, This feels great. Everyone all right?
Brissa does, however, inspire us before we leave, and we all
Yes.
get our temporary hit points, right?
Brissa,
Guys,
could you
I'm
give
just
us
so distracted with my
first?
my dragon, and I'm just so worried.
Honestly, how helpful and loving and tender and determined you've been to make sure your dragon is okay has really inspired us from the inside.
Honestly, yeah, I feel very inspired. I've just met you, and
I did too.
I'm really inspired by this.
I mean, I was okay without it. I already had 10 hit points from my stuff.
I was so tempted to just say I'm gonna forget about it because of that. No. You guys go ahead and get your inspiration. And I mean that your DM inspiration and your inspiring leader inspiration as well.
I forget. How many 10 hit points does
I don't. I know it's more than mine now.
I think it's their
But I'm okay.
plus their charisma.
Yeah,
I think
so
you're
12?
right. Yeah, I think so. Also, Rhodas has alacrity today.
I feel like a fast boy.
Very fast.
I mean, clearly clearly Daphne's faster. But, you know, that's...
That's why I didn't give it to her. I already knew.
Oof.
It's one like new. The way that she exits situations and social, social things. Yeah, no.
Sheep power walked away real fast.
Yeah.
Alrighty. As you guys are being lowered down, Thylea goes, alright, what's the plan? If anything goes wrong, what do you want us to do?
Call in the Marines?
Okay, and until then? And how do we know? Details? You're the heroes!
Yeah, we're not the
Right.
planners.
Yeah. So just assume nothing's gonna go wrong.
Kakas, alright.
No,
Good
yeah,
luck in
no,
there.
that's a bad idea. We don't really have a way to.
None of you have a way to magically send a message. Rodus
Nope.
doesn't.
I do.
Yanni does,
Thank God.
but if Yanni dies,
Yanni's not going to die.
I'm not saying he's going to, but any of us could die.
Okay.
2 of us have already.
To be
I just
fair,
look at
he
Daphne and
just
shake my
died
head. I just like,
3 days ago.
no.
How many of you have died?
Actually, I think technically 3.
Ursa puts up her head.
I'm not sure.
No, it's mainly been Yanni. Yanni was the most recent one. Brissa was the first. Rodus died when we were on Themis.
But only for like 30 seconds.
Right. No,
It's not that bad,
believe
Daphne,
you.
I promise.
Don't be
You're the
worried.
fated heroes.
Which is why
Well,
we
that's why
don't
we keep
stay
coming back.
dead. Yeah. So if
We're
you
working
stay
up
dead,
to it.
it means you're not a hero.
Right. We have a diamond, don't we?
Yeah, we
Looking
have
up
a
at the
few,
sky.
we have a couple left. I'm pretty sure. We still haven't figured that out. We really need to figure that out where that went. But I know we have some.
Great. This is fine. This is fine.
Anyway.
Thylea just
This
kind
is
of
good.
melts towards
This
you,
is-
Daphne. I'm so sorry. As you start
Oh.
to level.
Yeah, no.
If you
no,
die,
I
we'll
think
just bring you back. Yeah.
probably. You know.
Probably okay.
Yeah, I mean, I have always been able to do it before, except for with Yanni. But
Right. It didn't work when we did it with Yanni. Now that I'm thinking about it.
But he's alive. You know. So
So if you didn't bring him back, but he is back, how did that? I don't actually want to know.
You know,
good.
I'll trade
you
you
don't.
a story for a story.
No, I'm good. I'm good. Yep. I don't need to know. This is fine.
For the best.
Figure you out eventually.
Splash.
Yeah. Huh? Yeah.
The rowboat makes contact with the water. You guys push away from that. Thylea just kind of whisper shouts, alright, we're not going to stay in this bay. I don't like the way that they were looking at us. Be careful. As you guys all see the
Oars.
oars sit down into that room. And out.
use the flare if you're in trouble. The
What is
flare,
a
you know
flare?
that thing.
No.
Cannon. It's in the boat, in the
What is a
bottom.
cannon.
It's
That's
in the
not canon
bottom.
for this world.
Yeah, we don't have players or cannons, but we like to talk about them like we do.
Everybody should have at least 15 pieces of flare. What are you talking about?
If you're in trouble, set the boat on fire.
Nope.
We will
Nope,
leave
no.
you behind. It was nice knowing you.
Yeah, no, if you set the boat on fire, we'll all die.
All right, I cast Death Ward on myself.
I
That's
respect
probably
that.
smart.
Mm-hmm.
You know what?
Well, I guess I'll start rowing.
Oh yeah, I'm not
So I
doing
wanna
it.
make
It's a little
sure-
bit harder than me for a second.
That's okay.
You guys are
I'll let her have her moment of glory. Are we at one on each side?
Mhm.
I want to make sure that we.
Those two shoulder to shoulder.
I want to make sure that we are like keeping at least like a greater distance from like wherever that watchtower was from the boat and us. So I want to sort of like cut in to the right because we're in this sort of alcove.
All right, so yeah, so you guys kind of sit down this way. The tower was kind of closer to this, overlooking the bay itself. As you guys are approaching, Estrella, you can barely kind of make this out, but you believe you see large shapes, two of them, and smaller shapes kind of at their feet, kind of rising up to halves, walk on a path. And as you guys are just setting down quietly, pulling up the boat upon this coarse sand, you suddenly see the sky kind of darkening and lightning
Oh no.
kind of streaking down and impacting into the water where you guys originally came, or like set down from the old ones. They're shouting as the voices kind of carry echoing throughout the bay here. Where are they?
I don't know. There was a ship. I did not see the customary signal.
Where did they go? Scan the beach. Make sure that there are none opposed to Sidoni.
Could we?
So
I
everybody
mean,
put on your big happy Sidon face.
I want to pull the boat like into. Is there like a tree line or something that we
Down
could
at
try
this
to
beach
retreat
where you
to?
guys are at, no, it kind of like goes maybe 100 or so feet in, and then it's just immediately met by these massive sandstone cliffs that are rising 3-4 up. You can see barely kind of some of these nests that are certainly set up there and kind of flying back and forth. You can see most of them asleep. I'm watching this now. You also see where you had drugged the boat so far is a very clear kind of groove in the sand at that point. As far as you can tell, where these guys have come down about this way. So again, kind of like, I'm sure this is super clear. You guys are kind of at that blue X right there. The search party seems to be kind of where that O is. So you guys find yourselves at that cliff that is just like almost straight.
Are they? I guess they're coming down to the beach to inspect it. We can hide under the boat. We can.
Yep. A few things, right? I can cast a cloud of fog that will hide us, right?
That sounds pretty natural on a beach. That sounds.
Also,
We could
Some
just
of us
kill
can-
them.
We don't know how huge of an army is here.
Yeah, that's true.
how
It sounds like there's only two, right? Or at least we've only heard two so far.
Now think. Okay, I'll just make it plain for you guys. So Estrella, you saw two Geigen shapes and many smaller humans.
Okay.
Ah.
Little army, 2 Geigans.
But if we don't kill them now, we will have to kill them later. So it's better now than when they have their friends with them, right? Could we set a trap? Hide and then set a trap.
Let's hide under the boat, flip it over, and then let them get as close as possible, and then we'll just jump out at the last moment. Works for me. I'm hiding under the boat.
Yeah,
I'm flipping it over.
I can be bait. Fine.
I mean, the boat will be something.
Boats
Boats.
Boats wash up on the shore.
Okay.
Not usually upside down.
Are we all gonna fit under the boat? Maybe some of us should hide, like separate, like.
We're in the
come in
boat,
on
right?
each
We're all in
side.
the boat.
Well, dig.
That's fine.
So like
If
fitting
we
this
all-
way,
Putting the
It'll
like
just
fitting
be
this
like-
way under the boat, like that, like.
It's gonna be
It'll be propped
How far
up.
up is the cliff? How far up is the top of this cliff next to us here?
like 300-400 feet in different places. Like it rises up pretty tall.
Woof.
Okay. How many of us can fit under the boat?
Rhodus and Daphne, that's it, as one item.
Uh-huh.
Or all of the rest of you guys combined.
I'll stay out of the boat.
I'll
So-
cast fog cloud. the rest of us can hide in the fog cloud. Yeah? I've never done this before. I'm pretty sure that'll work, right? 20-foot sphere?
How long does it last?
1 hour.
Oh.
Unless it's
I
a
can
windy
also
day.
cast it 120 feet away, but I don't think I need to do that, right?
Probably don't keep the boat in it though, because we need them to see the boat so they come over to inspect the boat.
Okay.
Another
I will
fog cloud, not fog cloud, but thundercloud kind of forms a little bit further away towards the mouth, the kind of like sound of the facility, and you see lightning strike down further away from you guys.
Oh,
and suddenly
sounds
there's
like
just
your
a,
grandpappy's looking for us.
and suddenly there's just a loud
Ooh.
familiar draconic roar from down closer. Suddenly you can see a light that seems to be kind of lighting up top of the mast ship. As you hear shouting,
Hey! Hey! That is the ship! Quick! Everyone, this way!
and you hear these horses kind of turn, start to move away, starting to rush down towards the western side of the bay itself.
I am going to cast a sending to Ophelia. They've spotted you. They're coming. Flee. I'll let you know when it's safe to come back.
Hey, that was the idea. Once we saw that lightning strike, we knew you were in trouble. Hopefully this will buy you some time. Good luck.
Well, I mean that worked. I'm now worried about the rest of our entire group, but that worked.
I mean, you all seem like a pretty.
No, planning, don't worry. You know, we don't usually plan, but it always works out fine. Mostly, pretty much.
It never works.
Sorry, but Tyler looks like this, very big hat wearing, Sunday church going lady. Just like, down south is like, oh Lord Jesus.
All right, I'm going to cast Fog Cloud. I'm going to cast it 1 foot outside of where the boat is. And I'm just going to try to disperse it as much where it'll look as natural as possible, like it's coming off of the
Oh,
water.
they're leaving, aren't they? Didn't you say they were going the other way?
Currently marching away from you guys.
We probably don't even need to
Pursuing
hide.
the
We can
boat,
probably
yeah.
just go.
Great.
Well,
got
we're gonna
it.
have to go. I guess we'll sneak along the cliff face as far as we can until there's a spot where, like, it seems realistic, like we could climb up.
Eddie, with that, this is going to be
Anyone have passed without a trace?
cast pass without a trace. You can cast without a trace because yes, this will.
I don't think any of us do.
I would love to, but I don't have
Wait.
it.
And we'll go one
We're
at a
hacking.
time. So wait until the person above you has rolled.
Okay, I guess it's me then.
Hmm.
Oh,
Land.
And hey,
We're not very
everybody gets a
stealthy.
+10.
what? From what?
Pass without trace.
Right, you cast.
Who did it? No, nobody has it. We were saying, hopefully, we wish
Oh,
somebody had it.
Oh, very different. Sorry.
If only we
I
had
was
a
like,
druid.
unless you want to give it to us.
Right, and then I need someone to roll me a D. You guys are watching.
Probably shouldn't be me.
It should be Daphne.
Okay.
The guest has to roll.
Sure. D10?
Mhm.
All right.
Hey. Is it good? Is it bad? We don't know.
9 whole enemies left.
Alrighty. Or no, how does he say it? Is it me? Is it you? Gosh, dang it. Give me that full.
So, quick question: Fog Cloud does not move with us, right? So I couldn't like. Oh, that would be a way better spell if it did.
We can't see out of it either, so
Right. It blinds everyone.
Oh, right, yeah, that's bad. Okay, good to know.
It's
to know
good
that
for
now.
like getting away in a pinch. or like causing a distraction. But yeah, it's kind of a hindrance for everyone.
Or
when it
like,
happens.
making it so that your cleric can't heal anybody they're not standing right next to.
True.
You know.
Also that.
Or blinding them, I guess, right?
Right, because you can cast it at a distance. Yeah.
It breaks line of sight, which can be very important. It creates blind condition for anyone who's fighting close. If you have, blind fighting, it could be very. There's a lot of fun uses for combat. It's not totally.
What I'm trying to say is it's not great for like hiding
Don't cast
in.
it on us.
Right. It's not great for
It's like
hiding
if
it.
you take a gas grenade, you throw it at your feet, and you go, ha ha.
It's like
And then
flashbanging
you go,
yourself.
this works so much better for Batman.
You throw a flashbang in the room that you're in. That's what fog cloud is when you cast it on yourself.
Yeah.
Batman makes it look so easy.
Already. As you guys start kind of going around the beachside, you are starting to feel a little tired as it is very late at night. Or starting to get late at night, depending on how much of a night out. As you're pushing forward, though, you can see that there seems to be a small outpost of sorts built within the ancient skeleton village. You can see these massive Geigen buildings and halls, decrepit and destroyed. Some of them seem to have, however, new roofing made out of pillars that are stretched taut to catch the rain and have it go to the sides. You can see that there are torches all throughout the place, lighting it. You can see a large bonfire in the middle, crackling away. And you can see the activity of it seems to be dozens of soldiers kind of pushing through. Many of them seem to have just awoken from slumber and being rallied. You can see rows of them kind of there as they're starting to get their commands from the captains that are addressing them. You can see lighter armored individuals kind of side. You can see holy symbols of Sidon, either lightning or the red eye displayed. Indeed, it appears that Island Yonder is really the place where the staging has been happening, and there are still troops stationed here. How many? You're not sure. As you guys are getting close to that, you can see that there seems to be a main pathway, but was actually, actually well made at some point. You can see cobblestone that has somewhat shifted to the sides, but it's surprisingly well preserved over the years, as it seems to be snaking its way northward up a river towards some kind of location in the center of it.
Is there anyone we could lure to us and steal their? You said they're in a uniform, right? They're in Sidon regalia.
Mm-hmm.
Should we do that? Should we try to steal some uniforms and blend in?
Yeah,
Makes sense to me.
Does anyone?
Lyra and I can just use magic.
Yeah.
Right. So we need 3 then. Right?
Assuming, are there any shorter races amongst the? Okay.
I mean, I can just see if I can find some. If we don't want to have to confront any of them, I can just.
I mean, I think so. Either we sneak in without them knowing we're here, right? Or we're going to have to kill them all.
Right.
If we kill them in smaller groups at a time, it would be better than fighting them all at once. I think we will die pretty quick if we try to take on a whole army by ourselves.
As you say that, behind you, you're a, Hey! Hey, you! And you can see a very well-clad soldier starting to kind of come down, has a spear in hand, kind of looking down upon you. Seems to activate something on their hand, and suddenly a light just kind of shines down upon you. What regiment are you part of? Who are you? The light kind of blinds you guys a little bit.
Lyra.
I don't know soldier things. We're the
Fifth Regiment.
3rd Regiment. They sent us down to go scour the beach. They saw a ship. They weren't sure who it was.
Alright, this is a reminder that all of you guys have had a DM inspiration now. So make sure that you mark that on your character sheets, please.
Wait.
Daphne and Bri, wrote it specifically.
I wasn't sure if I was included in that. Okay.
Of course you're included.
For
Okay.
this one it is. But yeah, as you kind of like sweating and you're starting to kind of stumble over your words, because you don't have the knowledge, but you're making like, essentially quick talking. You would normally have disadvantage to make this check if you were anyone but Lyra. Because of Lyra's ability, she of course has advantage when trying to persuade or deceive people, right?
Only for persuasion. I only get advantage on persuasion.
All right, in this one, go ahead and make me a deception check with disadvantage.
I will instead, because I rolled absolute shit for my foretelling roll, use my foretelling roll, which is a 13, which makes my deception a 25.
Okay, so it replaces the roll, not the total result, right? Okay.
Right. So I still add my plus 12 deception.
Amazing.
I'm getting a call from work. I'll be back in a second.
Okay. Yeah, here I'll just go ahead. Oh, I forget that it rolls again. But anyways, it was a 13, so my deception's plus 12, 25.
I got you.
The fifth is near the library. You're supposed to be guarding Chondas. What are you doing here? Why would you send you down here?
Why are you not in armor? What is this?
They were panicked. They thought it was the light of Thylea finally making their appearance.
The light of Thylea. Here at the Island of Yonder. Never.
I know. Why they would even try, just beyond me.
Well, make sure that you go back to the city then. You're not supposed to be here. The 17th has it covered. Go.
Yes, sir. I don't know, do a real half-ass salute.
It kind of gives you a little bit of like a segment.
These people close by the library are getting soft.
Time to go, time to go, time to go.
Who is Chondis? Do we know this? Chondis?
That's the tiefling guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
The guy that followed Lutheria.
My friend Chondis?
Right, the one that you were buddy-buddy with at the dinner. Yes, that same one. Yep.
This is great. We're friends.
Oh, clearly.
Good of friends.
Yeah, no, we totally hit it off at dinner. It was great. Whew. That makes me feel better. Great.
Yeah.
So,
Also, mental note, the ones that scour the beach, 17th Regiment. So let's just remember that for the future. 5th Regiment at the library.
maybe you and Yanni should make yourself look like the 17th Regiment, right? You're taking us as prisoners to Jaundice. What about that?
That's a good idea, actually.
Except we will all be surrounded by all the whole army, so that is bad, right?
Well, no, not
Doesn't-
necessarily. It would just be the 5th Regiment, right? If they're the ones that are supposed to be there, it would just be them, right? It's not the whole army. I guess they all have position. I don't know how this works. Rhodus is the general. Oh.
Maybe you could just say you're taking us to get our uniforms because we are new and we were sleeping. We're off duty, so we are getting ready to fuck up the light of Thylea.
Yeah. New recruits. Need some armor.
Right.
Got it.
Silent
Got
is
it.
the best. Love him.
And I'll just copy what I saw on the guy that just talked to us and just kind of disguise myself into a soldier of Sidon.
Alrighty. As you guys start walking down this path, it is a long, winding, but again, fairly well made. It's like the ancient Roman ways that they built within England and such that actually outlasted a lot of the empire itself for a very long time in surprisingly pristine conditions. You guys push on for a while, and after about a 20-minute track along this little riverside, you come across multiple other patrols that are kind of walking up and down. They kind of give you guys a look, seeing you though, Lyra, seemingly highly decorated, significantly more highly decorated than they seem to be. They kind of lower their heads and kind of look at you and kind of furrow their eyebrows. They're certainly surprised. Maybe 15 minutes into the walk, before you guys actually come to the central part, you do hear Suddenly there are two black steeds that, with riders upon them, just race past you guys towards the inner part of the city. The galloping kind of echoes and fades away. You guys walk on for another 5 minutes, and you see sad yet magnificent former city of the Gaigans, circular paths of them just kind of spread out from a central higher point. You see this plateau reaching maybe another 100 or so feet above the rest of this broken city. It looks like shards of a clay pot that were just scattered all throughout. Beautiful buildings, way too large for you guys. The pathways, large and designed to hold Gaigans. You can see lights all throughout the city. They're sparse, speckled throughout like a night sky in Mitros where you can barely see 100 or so stars in the sky, but significant enough a number that Daphne, you certainly feel like, what the fuck have we got ourselves into in Estrella? Every fear that you had about being surrounded by the enemy just swells up inside of Lyra. You see the path kind of turn into an ahora as it seems to be winding upwards and towards the central, much richer looking plateau center of the plains.
Do I see any building that looks like it would be a library?
You look up, and indeed you see many torches upon what looks to be an overall fairly well-restored building. You can see multiple temple-like structures with pillars and frescoes rising up. Some of the frescoes seem to be much newer, but it's kind of hard to tell from how far away you still are to it. But yeah, if anywhere would be this library, it would be that place.
I will turn to the group. Say, so I've had time to think about this in the 5 seconds that it's taken us to get to the library, and I'm definitely all for going in there and getting us some armor and some, regalia so we can blend in. The only issue is that Chandris has met all of us, so if we all walk in there, he's gonna know who we are.
Not if you walk in there looking different.
Right. So I'm just gonna go in there by myself, okay? And if I don't come out in 10 minutes, probably just come in and see if I'm dead.
You think it'll take you just 10 minutes to get to the place, but yeah, if you want to fill that in with another reasonable amount of time.
Start the timer when I walk in the door.
Do you want help? Should I come with?
Yeah, that's true. You could probably come with. Have you met Chandris?
No, I have no idea who that is.
Oh, okay, good. He's not. Yeah, you'll see.
Oh, okay.
All right, Lyra, if you insist.
Do you want me to come along too? I can look like a dwarf or something. Or a satyr. I always like to look like satyrs.
Yeah.
It's because Yanni can message us if things go bad.
True.
Yeah, if you want to, Yanni, I wouldn't be opposed to the support.
Okay.
Should you two just go and the three of us stay? How many do you want to come in? I'm a little confused.
I could probably sell it more that there's new soldiers if I bring a very tall, buff woman in with me.
Right, okay. Yeah, I can do that.
Really, you are doing great things with your workout routine. It's very nice.
Thanks. Yeah, I can help you if you want to. I mean, you don't have to. You're fine. You're great. Are we ready to go?
All right, this is awkward, so let's just go.
Are we ready? Yeah, let's go.
Got him.
Estrella, go to make me a perception check. Okay.
22.
You look around and you see, many of these buildings are, abandoned, destroyed. There seem to be some that have been reclaimed for almost like as troop barricades of sort. Barracks. It's barracks.
Mhm.
And as you pick one of the old abandoned houses, you kind of pull Rhodas along. You guys kind of pull up towards it with some bench point. It seems like this building overall has seen some destruction, but it's nowhere near as bad as some of the other buildings. But still seems to be kind of like, you know, others living in it. Kind of push the door open, and indeed you can see that there's not too many markings of anyone having been here. So you guys, the two of you, kind of set up watching Lyra, Yanni, and Daphne approach. Yanni, do you end up casting Disguise Self on yourself?
I do. Do so right now.
Lyra, what disguise do you choose for yourself?
I think I would. I don't want to be like I'm the captain guy. Then it would be
I am the
awkward
captain.
for me to show up at a different post. So I think I'll just kind of tone it down a bit. Probably just normal, armor.
Roll me
Still the
a-
blues and
Roll me a blind D100. We'll see. You think back on your time in the camp, in the steppes with the centaurs and the like. Not necessarily
Yeah.
that it's going to look like a centaur, but trying to kind of like sift your mind for anyone that might have looked significant enough, but not necessarily kind of like on that same level.
well, I met that other I'm still gonna roll it. But I met that other siren at the first camp that I went into. So I would probably just try and
Look like that.
match that. Yeah.
Alrighty. You try to remember what that looked like, and you kind of see the shimmering and shifting, the blue markings upon her face. You can see that some of the wings seem to also have been tipped with just like a light coating of color as well to kind of give those shocks of blue in there. As Yanni, what do you look like?
I'm just going with the same satyr look that I've used in the past,
Okay.
which I realize it's been a while. So, a little on the short side for a satyr probably because I'm still short, but still believable. And, kind of like a mousy blonde fur, just to be a little different. Anyway.
Oh,
Wow,
I-
you guys look really believable.
Thanks. Watch this.
Yeah.
Take your hand. And I rub your hand back and forth through my satyr head, and it's not really there because it's like above my real head. It's kind of cool, huh?
Yeah. I will not be patting you on the head though. That might give it away.
Yeah, for
Yep.
sure.
Cool trick though.
good. I'm glad you like magic. Rhodas
It's-
hates magic.
It's illusion.
Oh, why does he hate magic? Magic's really, really cool.
He's jealous.
I mean, it's what we can all do, right?
he wishes
He
had
does
some.
it too. I don't understand. He has stuff that is I don't. It's.
Hmm.
We haven't
mean-
talked about it. We haven't had a group meeting. We haven't had
Maybe-
a family meeting about it yet. So
Oh, maybe it's one of those like internal things you guys were talking about. One of those like tragic backstory.
yeah.
Wait,
do
what
you
did
have,
you call
do you have
backstory?
anything about that?
We should really get going, by the way, though.
Yeah,
I
time's
don't know how
ticking.
long your spells last, but
About an hour.
I could just keep doing it.
Yeah, it gets super expensive for me as we go.
oh yeah, we should get that.
Resource wise.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I lead. Oh, I can't hear you, David.
Thanks. It seems, as you guys are approaching this place, that it is indeed reinforced sorts, with the remnants of the past still kind of shining through. Set up. Description.
So, like, do you have both your parents or all your siblings still alive?
I mean,
my
we know our dad's
mom's
still-
doing. My mom's doing pretty good. Yeah, my dad is still kicking around.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, stumbling, drinking around. Yeah, you get it. Yep.
And all your siblings that you know of. I mean, Rhodas, obviously.
I mean, yeah, they
Honora,
kind
you
of.
met her. She's
Yeah, it's Yeah, I've met her. Yeah. I'll leave it at that. You know, my mom Mom always taught me not to speak ill of people you don't really know, so
Have you met your other half brother? He works at the Siren's Roost in Mitros.
no. Well, maybe I like met him, but like we didn't know at the time we were connected to each other, you know.
If you met him, you would know.
Oh, does he kind of have the whole, you know?
No, he's an escort.
Oh. Good for him. You know, I can't really judge any kind of that line work. That's all right. You know, whatever.
Yeah, no, he's great. He's a great guy.
Oh, he's great. I don't need to know any further.
Oh, no.
Lyra, anything you need to tell us?
I mean, I did get really drunk that one night that we were all at the Siren's Roost, so...
Oh.
You know about as much as I do.
Who knows?
Is this a part of like the tragic backstory or?
No.
Okay.
I caused the death of my older brother.
Oh, wow. Oh, yikes.
Okay, we can unpack this later.
Yeah,
we got
sorry.
things to do.
I am a lost soldier.
Yanni, as these two have been yammering away, you actually put up like a finger for them. And as you hold that, and I know that my camera is hella behind because trying to make this happen at the same time. You hear the familiar noise of metal grating on metal, kind of with a chain around it, shackling. You can hear scraping against it, feathers smoothly. Said, claws. Up ahead, you swear you can see. I mean, there are multiple statues rise above these stone things, creatures that represent the 6-armed figures of Gigans. But up ahead, there's one that upon its head has what looks like a copper cage. That copper cage has inside of it. You can see that there must be a blanket of some sort that was kind of pulled back. It's currently revealing that. Two of them kind of looking towards you, pushing their faces close towards it and kind of like reaching in, trying to like beckon you forward.
Harpies on top of the fire statue. They're caged, but careful.
Yeah, I mean, they're still harpies. They don't really have to touch you in order to do their harpy stuff. I mean...
Surprisingly enough, they have so far not begun to sing. I'm not entirely sure why.
I mean, should we just keep walking up?
You're the boss.
Wow, I don't know why everyone thinks I'm the leader.
I mean, aren't you right
Oh my
now?
god.
Just as
I keep going.
Yeah, let's go. I'm gonna stick my fingers in my ear.
As you start approaching closer and closer towards it, sha-la-la-la-la-la-dun-dun-dun, you do hear the siren starting to kind of screech a little bit.
I'll just like sternly look at them like I'm supposed to be here and they need to shut up.
Get closer. Go ahead and make me that intimidation check.
I'm okay.
oh no.
Right. These harpies kind of look.
Oh, whoops! I rolled it blind. But whatever. You know what? It works.
These harpies kind of look towards you. As they kind of like start hissing at you. You can hear that they're about to start singing as suddenly the gate kind of opens up behind it. And I seem to kind of duck a little bit. Out of it comes a soldier, the regalia of Sidon's troops. You two, quiet down. Hey, who are you?
I'm with the 17th Regiment. We were exploring the beach, and I came across a couple new recruits that wanted to help. I was looking for some spare armor.
If you're with the 17th, what are you doing here?
I just told my
You have
captain told me
armor
to
at
go.
the beach.
They sent me here. I just do what I'm told.
Seems really unregular.
It seems weird that you're questioning orders from another captain.
Okay. Wait here, okay? And don't get too feisty with these harpies. They'll eat you. The gate closes and the harpies, almost like unwatched guard dogs, and as they kind of look towards you, you see the long, kind of greasy, sticking to their sallow skin kind of hair cascading down, just of it ripped out. You can see all the markings have scraped up against the cages again and again, kind of like off skin, and then it's scabbed back over. After a moment,
I never thought I'd take a bath.
maybe a couple or so minutes, you see another captain kind of step forward, the same kind of massive center line called like it's your kind of lighting, and on his helmet. And as he steps forward, he goes, all right, what is this about? Why do you bring recruits to the academy?
I was told that we had some spare armor here that wasn't being used by the 5th Regiment, so they sent me here to get some for these new recruits that we found on the beach.
Make me a deception check with disadvantage on this one.
And can Daphne come in and like kind of take a step forward and be like, sorry, sir. Most of the armor they had didn't fit me.
So big.
Alrighty, Daphne, you can attempt an A check on this one. So you go ahead and make a deception check, and if that goes smoothly, Lyra, you have a straight roll.
Alright.
Alright,
Not
you have
terrible.
a straight roll, Lyra.
Hey, watch me still roll, just not good. Here we go. Yeah, there it is. 14.
Okay.
Rolled a 2.
Gonna let that stand, or would you like to use your fate inspiration?
Yeah, why not? I mean, we're gonna end up finding
Use it or
people
lose it.
eventually. Yeah, I'll go ahead and use it. 25 again.
Alrighty. As he kind of looks you up and down, Daphne says, you are big. Maybe some of the Geigen armor could fit you. We did find some children's armor. I mean, alright, well,
There's a couple more still down at the beach too. One probably more her size and one closer to mine.
and why did you not bring them too?
Because they were helping scour the beach. Did you not hear that there was a boat spotted off the coast?
A couple of riders did just arrive. What do you know?
I don't know much. They haven't found who it was yet, but
And you hear a of massive dragon wings starting to take flight. You see the reflection of the silvery moonlight off of the silvery scales of a large dragon flying up into the sky. And silhouetted there, you can see Spider sitting atop its back and kind of dive bombing down from this plateau over the city, just bombing towards the beach to the south. In your
looks
gut,
like they're still looking.
Lyra,
I'm just gonna act like it's the coolest thing I've ever seen.
And the captain kind of catches onto that, kind of looking towards that. And Daphne, certainly, you haven't been around, dragons per se. There have been now some that have been flying from Mitros to Astoria, but man, seeing one this close and one that would easily eat you if it knew what and who you were, it's terrifying. So, as you, take that moment and try to steady yourself, you take a deep breath, center, and you start following these two soldiers as they tell you.
Great.
You got it.
Yeah.
That was a dragon. That was a real dragon.
Oh God.
I'm just trying to sell the
after
whole like, this is all new.
Oh, it's not all new.
We've never seen a dragon before. I have, because I'm part of the army. Obviously.
Clearly, if you're part of the army. Alright, you guys kind of step around the harpy cage there. And as you guys look inside, there you can see a couple. First things first, you see this courtyard is an impressive open space. At its center is another 6-armed statue with its head covered by yet another heavy cloth. You can tell that as the one that seems to guard the front of the entryway towards the library, there's another cage underneath. Actually, you see some feathers kind of poking out on the sides. Next to the statue, you can see an ornate fountain that has definitely seen some better days. The mechanism that filled it has long since broken down, it seems, and the basin is complete. We've done a lot to repair it. What do you think? I know you at the 17th have not really done much with this, but I'm proud of the work that my men and women have been doing here.
It looks good. Hopefully it doesn't get destroyed in the fight.
Thank you. As you guys move up Daphne, you can hear something metallic grinding against something metallic. The cute plate's kind of. You look around, and what you see there appear to be 2 massively sized metal bowls. Their horns made of. Each piece of them is just an overlapping other piece of metal upon them, kind of sitting there. Like this weird construction of a labored breath breathing in and out. You see, one of them seems to be covered in rust and has a hard time kind of like breathing in and out. We got them as gifts from Sidon. One of them caught a little bit of rusting disease, but they're cleaning it off soon. Anyways, yeah, why don't you follow me? You see more and more rows of these marble pillars rising up. They've done a magnificent job overall repairing and restoring this place. Walking you northward.
He moves so quick.
So what is going on the beach as far as you have seen? Are these intruders a threat? Is this truly the light?
I mean, it could be, but I don't see why they would show themselves now.
As you step this way, you see 2 massive Geigans currently with their arms crossed. Multiple weapons either at their side or currently drawn as they kind of consider you for a second, see that you are with one of the captains of the guard here and seem to be okay with him. As you guys are being walked towards the west side in a smaller building. Yanni, your eyes go wide as you can kind of see past them up these stairs, and inside of this building you can see scrolls, maps.
Oh no. Why did I bring Yanni to the library?
Hey.
For a note?
Are you an arcanist?
I dabble.
Okay, good. I know we've been a little bit late, especially since most of them are on the ships right now, but I know that the Order of Mages could use a couple new recruits. Opens the door, and inside of this place, you can see you kind of walk on the northern end, up the stairs, and into a slightly elevated room there. You can see a barracks. It's overall fairly sparsely furnished, and you can see a dozen or so bunk beds that are lined up in neat rows. half of them are currently filled with sleeping soldiers, and you can see that there are bunks and foot lockers and the like. You can see a bunch of crates and other stuff that is just kind of put about. All right, I need to talk with the guy and captain to see what they might be able to do. It's, you go ahead and find what you need in there. It is getting pretty late, so if you want to stay here instead of going back, I guess we can make an exception.
I appreciate the offer, but they'll probably need us back on the beach as soon as possible. So
Appreciate your duty. Sidon be praised.
Sidon be praised.
yep, Sidon be praised.
Alrighty.
Sidon be praised. Yeah.
Yeah,
One of
yeah.
you guys roll me
Just
a
say that
D100.
back. I think
All
it's
right.
your turn, Damon.
All right. I hope this is like a divine
Divine
inspiration check,
intervention,
and
yeah.
divine intervention, and everything's like low is better.
Alright. As you guys are having this conversation, Yanni, the captain is making small talk with you guys, talking about rations, and yeah, they're eating fish and more fish, and there's not a whole lot of like carbs and things going on. And you
Carbs
realize
and
while
fish?
Lyra appears like she has the armor that she needs, you know, if you were to play that off, what do you say or do to kind of try to circumnavigate having to reveal that you have an illusion upon you by putting Daphne, you have no problem.
Oh, I came along to just help carry stuff for the other two. I being a wizard of sorts, if I wear armor, it like messes with my spells.
Oh, that is true. And you're not. Don't hear the divine voice of Sidon. Are you
I mean,
priest?
No. I'm a bit of a hedge wizard, but a wizard.
Right. They bring back these awkward, massive pieces of bronze plates, essentially. Daphne's, they kind of like it's like, here, look at these bracers, and like, yeah, there's some greaves that you can maybe put on, and they're either way too large or just way too tight. It's just like,
I appreciate it. I know it's a little. It's thank you nonetheless for attempting. I'll get used to it. I'm sure. I'll break it in, right? Anything for Sidon, so I'll deal with it.
as 10 or so minutes pass, suddenly there is a little bit of a knock on the door, and around the corner, you see a very familiar, blue-skinned, very severe makeup tiefling appear. The black horns curling backwards and pointing upwards. Chandras kind of leans against the frame. Captain, what is the issue? I heard the dragon take off and Gaius has not returned. Should I be concerned? Oh, no. I apologize for the inconvenience. We might be looking at the light of Thylea upon our shores. The light of Thylea. Here. The three of you guys make me an insight check.
Oh boy.
The wisest people of the group.
Oh, whoa.
Yanni, with you
Look at
getting
you.
extra -1 on that one. Yeah, you're just too busy
Yeah.
kind of trying to like literally hide behind the captain. Daphne, you're also like trying to like awkwardly like stretch and look big, and this is cool. Lyra, though, you get very still for a second as you consider the introspective face of Chandras. You see his eyes darting back and forth, doing calculus in them, and you realize that he's not perturbed by the prospect of the Light of Thylea being here. If anything, he's excited. Whereas a lot of these soldiers, whenever the Light of Thylea was mentioned, seem to have kind of tensed up and seem to grip their weapons tighter, Chandras suddenly displays a small smile. Almost as if he is happy to hear that the light is here.
Of course he is. I'll just say, do you know anything about them, sir? I'd like to be prepared if we happen upon them at the beach.
I have met them.
legends say that the end of the Oath of Peace was going to be significant. I'd never expected to see more individuals like the Light of Thylea to ever rise. The new Dragonlords, if you... No disrespect against our mighty war leader, Gaius, of course, but I still think these individuals are magnificent in their own. They try to interfere with our efforts in Mitros. Successfully, I suppose, if you see it from their way. They're conniving, manipulating things. You know, something that the lady would certainly. Captain, did they notice if the halfling is amongst the group? I apologize, Harvest. The 17th. And the captain kind of points it through.
We didn't run into them yet. We were still searching when I ran into these new recruits and was ordered to get them fitted. I believe they're still searching. We're headed back that way once we have been more equipped.
Certainly. And it's almost like he lost interest in your existence as he already starts walking down the stairs and goes, "Thank you." Starts kind of... Yanni. As Chandras is walking away from you, suddenly hear a voice in your mind. Apologies, Chandra says, for the intrusion. This is Chandras. I've met. I hear you are in Yonder. I propose we speak. All of us. And you realize that it's the same magic, sending spell that you used to communicate. As you're now just like awkwardly with everyone else around you.
I mean, you don't have to speak out loud.
It's in your head,
right?
yeah.
I think so. Actually, I don't remember now the particularity of the phrasing.
Right, hold on.
Is it all mental?
I'm pretty sure sending is mental, yeah.
I mean, it's mental.
Most people just say it out loud.
It just says you send it.
Mm-hmm.
It hears it's in its mind.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You can answer in a like manner immediately, yes. So you can think back.
We don't even know where Yonder is. If you tell us how to get there, we'll come talk.
Make me a deception check, Yanni.
Okay. I may use my reroll if this sucks.
Sure.
I'm going to use my reroll.
Oh man.
Hey.
Much better. Much
Okay.
better.
Oh. I can't tell if you are being coy or not. Immediately seems to have sent back another spell.
What a waste. We're gonna kill him so quick if he uses all his spell slots.
I hope that you are. There is a group here. Hypothetically, if this is you, let's meet in the city. Position.
We'll see what happens. That's all I'm gonna say.
Already. As time passes on, Estrella and Rhodus, a lot of time has passed. These people have been gone for nigh on half an hour now. You saw the dragon take off and fly away from the place, which
told you at least in a positive way that I wasn't killing anyone inside. You didn't hear any breath weapons going off or Yanni's signature boom boom spells going off, so you're fairly confident that they're still alive, but they're still in there, and it's taken a long time. Your character's not knowing what the others do. What is going through your heads?
I kind of thought that they would go and get the armor and come right back. What do you think, Brodus? Hey! Hey!
I'm here. I'm here.
He was just grinding his axe, and then looked up at you like...
Yeah. Oh, don't shoot. It's me, Estrella. Do you think they're okay?
Has it been the 10 minutes yet?
More than.
It's been like
Actually,
30.
we agreed that it would be longer than that, yeah.
You saw them kind of go up, you saw the door open, them disappearing inside of it. And right before the dragon flew out and descended, and then they have been 20.
Okay, but we haven't seen anything or heard anything, no alarms, no lights turning on.
In fact, why don't both of you guys give me a perception check?
Oh, nice. Oh, sorry.
You don't have to double click. So as Rhodus, you're just grinding the axe and looking at Git Axe and whatever else is out there, the scrolls kind of pulling them up. Estrella, you're actually paying attention to the rest of the city. And you're looking about, and indeed you do see patrols now running through with light spells and torches. And you can see hovering in their palms are these illusory spells as they seem to flicker through with minor illusions, the depictions of all busts almost seem to kind of show to everyone else that is running through the streets what you all look like.
Shit. They know what we look like. Alright, Rhodus, we have to make you look different, right? Do you have a hood? You don't wear a shirt. No. What
I
do
don't
you
have
cut your
any
hair?
top.
You've already got short hair.
Pretty
Why don't we
short.
put a shirt on you?
I was about to say that's the
Thin-
disguise.
You look
A
totally
thin coating of
different.
oil. There's
Wow.
always a thin coating of oil.
Shirt on
Um,
Rhodus, he's a completely different person.
I
But
mean,
I have-
unrecognizable, certainly.
I have some, hold on. Look, I have vestments and common clothes. Probably a shirt in there. We could rip the sleeves off, if it doesn't fit you.
I have in my inventory my my bestiary outfit, my gladiator outfit. It's more. I'm thinking it's like a luchador themed.
The mask and everything?
Oh yeah, it's pretty sick. It's okay. You can be jealous.
It's your stage
And
name.
I am.
and I am going to. Yeah, I'm going to put on my bestiary outfit. I mean, I look very different.
You know what?
I have a mask on now.
I'll let you trade in your DM inspiration for a perfect outfit that is, though still extremely loud. You do know that this was designed when you commissioned it. It was designed to draw attention. You wanted to be the most outstanding gladiator, bestiary, luchador. It's a lot of tropes mixed into one another there. Possible.
It works. What were you
Is there a
saying?
fireplace in here?
Yeah.
Great. I'm gonna go to the fireplace. There's probably soot in there. I'm gonna take that and I'm gonna put it all in my hair.
Okay.
Oh,
All this pretty blonde hair is black now.
The emo phase continues, people.
Yeah. Going full Yasha.
There you go.
I like to just use the top and I'll turn it inside out, and it's just has black satin on the inside, so it's just like a black top.
Nice.
I'm gonna attempt to message Yanni. it only reaches 120 feet. So, and not through stone probably. So I'm just still gonna.
Yeah, you try to message, and indeed you can feel that the magic is just not in.
Should we do? Should we wait here? What if they are in cages, being tortured or something?
I think we should start making our way in.
Or they could be doing exactly what they said they were doing, you know? And we could fuck everything up by trying to go in there. Also, so you have that look in your eye, Rotis, so I kind of know what you're thinking already. By the way, your sister, you know? Who knew?
There's plenty of them.
Don't mention family around Rotos. He'll leave as soon as he can.
True.
There's a pigeon that just flies through, and it just like it's like ah! It sounds real shady as it flies out.
Let's wait until an alarm is raised.
Good call.
You've talked some sense into me.
I have?
Hmm?
What?
Even the soldier patrol outside goes, really? Wow, I expect this.
The bird's like, well, that's weird.
Oh, bizarre.
The captain of the 5th certainly considers you all one more time. He goes, well, thank you so much for your service. I hope that you can find whomever you may or may not. Listen, if it indeed is Light of Thylea, then prepare yourselves for battle. We can slay them before the Oath of Peace is over. Give them a sacrifice to Sidon. You will be finally able to give Thylea the peace it deserves. This has been waiting for too long. People have suffered too much. Thank you all for your service. Sidon.
Thank you. And should probably do like something chest, like gladiator loud, like thunk across the chest.
And also with you.
Yeah.
Praise Sidon.
I'm nailing these social cues right now.
It's chapter 4. You'll get there.
Yes.
You guys filter out. Quickly make your way back towards the little rundown building in which Astrea and Rhoda patiently, oh so patiently, are waiting for you. As you guys go back, yeah, what do you let the others know in terms of inspire or transpire, I should say?
Oh my gosh. Went off without a hitch. 100% foolproof plan. I'm very proud.
Great.
It was the first time for everything.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy. Also, there are harpies everywhere in that building, so we probably shouldn't get too close.
Harpies? What do they? Is it like a? I don't want to be insensitive, but cousin.
Wow. Okay. Wow. You went there real quick.
So,
But
so harpies are usually cursed sirens. So
I'm so sorry. No, that is a murky. You know, with the Lotus Witch, she asked me that question about that, and I really need to read up about
yeah,
it.
yeah. Yeah. But anyways, we probably shouldn't get too close unless we have a way to deal with them. They'll mess with your heads with their singing.
So speaking of messing with heads, not 10 friggin' seconds after he walked away from us, Chandros, is that right?
Andres?
Chandros?
I don't know.
Oh.
Chandros sent me a magical message right in my head, just like how I do with Thylea.
How is he doing?
Same skeezy kind of makes me feel dirty just being in his presence. Yeah. Anyway, he's like, "Hey, I heard you guys are in the area. I have a proposition. Come and meet me in the city."
Oh, thank God. He's going to help us. Perfect. Where are we meeting him?
You realize he's like the high priest of the bitch queen herself, right?
What?
We talked about this. He is literally like the lapdog of your auntie grandma.
Right, so what was he doing then in Mitros? Having dinner with us?
He is one of the, I don't know, consultants for Acastus.
Yep.
He's basically the liaison for Lutheria.
Right. Okay. Right. But if we can convince him that Lutheria is crazy, right, maybe he can help us convince Sidon to help us kill her and reinstate the Oath of Peace.
If it turns out he's also just as crazy, you will help us also kill him, though, right? I know you guys are friends, and I don't want to force you to kill someone that you've gotten along with. So,
I'm not gonna lie. Part of me is curious what he wants to talk about.
Oh yeah, I mean, we absolutely should talk to him. I'm totally game for that. But if he's like, "Oh, well, you gotta join Lutheria, or else I'll tell everyone you're here," we're gonna have to kill him.
We all know that. Like, if he says that, he's batshit crazy, because we know that Lutheria is not gonna. She doesn't want me.
Yeah, you're right. That's
be
true.
on her side. She wants to antagonize me. She wants to take everything good away from me before she kills me for good. So
Also, there were 2 Geigans in the library, and the fact that they were guarding the library makes me think that they have multiple stationed elsewhere. Because if I had to be like, do you know where I want to put my heavy forces? The library. Which means those 2 are probably like expendable, which means there's probably multiple.
I don't know. I mean, if they're using that place as kind of a headquarters, maybe they're using the library, like maybe they're researching stuff. Who knows?
Did you see the Antikythera while you were there? In the library?
No. Mm-mm.
Did you look
We did
for it?
see these. No.
Not specifically.
The goal was to get the armor and get out. I didn't want you guys to worry.
That's fair. That's fair.
There were these weird giant metal bull things, though. I don't really know what that was about.
If you're
I'm not
proficient
sure
with
there either.
history, you can make me a history check.
Everybody that's proficient with history?
Yeah, only if you're.
Okay, cool. I am. I don't know why. I didn't realize, but I am. Cool.
Yeah, the 25 would have been right, but 24 is just 1 too low. No, you remember these as being Gorgons. They are
Oh, right.
metal bulls that with your 25 or 24 check, you do remember that they also have a petrifying breath in case you will.
Yep.
Listen, there's not going to be an island without petrification. You hear me? Everything is petrification in this module. Don't give me that stink eye.
I mean,
Versa.
it's
I can
kinda-
see
it's-
that stink
No,
eye.
I don't even.
At least these
know
you
what
can
you're
still
talking
look
about.
at and not be. at
These
risk.
these ones you don't have to not look at them. Thankfully, it's just their breath.
Mhm.
Good to know. Good to
So
know.
yeah, they're
Don't
like-
use those.
They're called Gorgons, and
They
they can turn you into stone with their breath.
Ugh.
Great. Awesome.
So
Well, we already know
did
how to
we-
deal with that. We fought Medusas, by the way, Daphne. That
Oh,
you wanna know
wow.
about that?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I guess
I've
technically
heard
that's
about those.
another time I was more or less dead for a few.
Yeah,
days.
Yanni got petrified, so
I'm staying away from like you when we get into combat. No offense, Yanni.
Yeah, no, I don't blame you.
Cool.
I am the target.
Yeah, you would be considered the bait in gladiator fights. Like yeah. Gotcha.
anyways, here's some
I
armor.
got your armor.
All right, perfect. Great. So,
Now,
Rodis?
all of you guys feel sorry. As you guys just to take this into account on the planning, it is getting there.
Mhm.
They did offer to let us stay in the barracks tonight if we wanted to.
Does your spell last that long?
Nope, it does not. But I still technically look like a siren, so if I'm just a siren not in their armor, it won't be a huge deal. And I can just, get changed when we wake up.
Seems risky.
I mean, are we thinking that we should? Are we thinking that we should sleep? Is that what's going on here?
Yeah, I mean, it's very late.
Seems David is hinting that we might incur a point of exhaustion if we continue without sleeping.
You got it right. That's true. That's exactly what I'm trying to hint at. Oh man. This.
Oh, David, did you get that? Yeah.
I feel like I'm about over this whole like resurrection sickness stuff, so I think one more good night's sleep and I'll be back to at least pretty close to what counts as normal for me.
Yeah,
it'll be worth it.
We'll be refreshed and recharged. We can kill everyone in the barracks before we go. That was a joke. That was a joke.
I don't know if it's a good idea for like. I don't know if it's a good idea for me to sleep in the barracks. Specifically me. I don't know if it's a good idea for any of us, but I really don't know if it's a good idea for me.
What do you mean?
Because she's out to get, and her people are in there. Some of them.
Her people?
Yanni.
Luteria's people.
At this point, you feel a tingle on your spine.
Oh, balls.
Realize that magic tried to get a hold of you to suss out your location. You were able to repel the effort.
Shit.
Oh,
now they're trying to figure out where we're at.
Oh shit, that's really
They just shook us down.
That's. I don't know why we didn't think other people could do the same stuff we can do.
So
Got this. Really need.
Right. Looking.
Do we have a way to make that not happen?
Well,
I don't think we have a way to make
not
that not
currently.
happen.
At 8th level.
There's a spell that can do that.
Right, there's a couple, but I don't think we have any of them. I mean, maybe. If
All
Brissa
right.
was here, she'd be able to help us at least. She makes it easier for us to avoid things like that.
Yeah, but we can all see that the dragon means more than we do.
Yeah.
All right,
That's
who do
going to
you
be a
think is trying
conversation.
laugh
I mean,
at us?
to be fair, if
Each
the
other.
dragon dies, so does Brissa. We've gone over this, so.
Hey, it's not my fault. She likes to keep tying her, like, health and destiny and whatever else to all these other things.
Yanni, make me an investigation check.
Investigation? I'm moderately okay at that. Let's see what happens.
Minus
Not much. Not much. Very little happens.
There's that moment of eureka that floats right past you. It just goes by the door, not even coming in the house. It just says fuck that place in particular. Never touches you.
Guys, I'm just exhausted. It's been a few days. I just need to let's just
I've lied so much today.
Pretty well though. Pretty well.
We cannot sleep here. They will find us. And we
Yeah,
will be
that's what I'm afraid
sleeping
of.
I
as
mean,
they
they'll
come to-
they'll find us anywhere, apparently.
Arrive somewhere where we had to go to sleep in like an hour. That was dumb of us.
I mean, you can't really plan how long 3 days takes.
But you'd think we would have circled around a bit, until we were really rested. But
Well, no, they saw us as soon as we got here. It was very.
okay, so
I think
here
we may have
Yeah.
panicked a little. It may have been a little bit of panic.
we can
Maybe.
go back and get on the boat.
If the boat comes back, they'll for sure get attacked.
Yeah, that's easier said than done right now.
So we just charge in and do this?
No.
Yanni. Or Yanni.
Oh!
Once again, Chandra's voice. Kind of too smooth. Silky. That goes through you. Are so sleep. Listen. If you are here, Ayos is going to. And it's going to demand I have. But rather. Me.
Where and when?
Soon. As soon as we can. Half an hour. The building closest to entry ramp. It's the light. Is that right?
Not where we already are, is it?
Look around. It's exact. No, it's not.
Malaka!
Suddenly you see Chandras kind of walk into the doors like, well, this is awkward. But awkward. No, he seems to be kind of indicating a building that must be somewhere closer to this like entry path going upwards up the hill towards the library.
Got it.
I'll talk to the others. No promises. The whole time I'm like this. Hold on. Things are happening in my head.
Freddie Mercury.
That's more like this. But
I mean, honestly, it'll be a good time for us to go. He's 4 spell slots down.
at least.
Oh, actually,
So
yeah.
he's not giving up. And he's implying that he wants to help us. He said he'll meet us in a half hour at the red roof building by the ramp up to the library. I told him no promises, but I'd talk to you.
Yes.
So late.
A great vibe from him at dinner. Great vibe.
How did you get a good vibe from a guy who wanted to like sacrifice a bunch of kids to Lutheria?
Well, he didn't tell me that part, of course. Nobody leads with that, but he was really nice.
Okay.
I'm not against talking to him. I just think we should be ready for the worst.
Agreed.
Great.
What about that demon guy? The devil guy that we made the deal with? Didn't he say he had an army? Like maybe he could come help us?
He
Clean up this-
left though. He was like, "See you later, guys."
Yeah, but didn't he tell us he would help us later? Did we have a way to message him? Maybe?
You mean that Pascal guy?
Yeah.
I mean, I can send him a message the same way as I can everybody else, assuming he's not, able to block it somehow.
I don't know if he offered to help us. Though. I
think
think the help was that he gave us the star medal.
I think he wants us to hire him to fight Titans or something.
Yeah. Oh,
But-
you're right. Yeah.
Anyway,
Okay.
yeah.
Or well, okay. What if I just go? And
That sounds like a terrible idea.
Yeah.
Certainly risky.
I mean, is it a trap? Maybe. Are we still better off to all be there to fight our way out together? Probably.
I mean, if he knows we're here, he knows that we're all gonna show up.
going to a place he specifies is not smart, because you could probably put like all these traps and shit in there. That's probably bad. Why don't you find one here?
We're like right down the road from it if we want to just get there first.
Scope it out. Yeah.
You know
I
what?
can,
This is not our strong suit. We're planning too much. This is slowing us down. Let's just fucking go. Let's just go.
Yeah. Let's
Probably
have
will be-
him meet us there.
You guys start heading out the door as you look back towards Rhodas, who's still very intently grinding an axe. Gonna look
No.
towards all of you guys. Huh? I'm just messing with you. As you guys are putting on your armor, equipping the things that you need, you head towards the red tiled house. You see again more patrols going through, your images hovering in the hands of what seem to be mages. You're doing your best to try to keep your faces covered. I will ask for a
Is
I'll
my spell
obviously re-up mine so that I'm not
I'll spend
in the last 5 minutes of it.
Yeah, I'll spend.
It lasts
a spell
an
slot to
hour,
cast it
so-
again if
Sure.
there's not enough time left. I'm perfectly.
I'll just keep
do I-
I'll keep getting right to that little 10-minute window, 5-minute window, and then I'll just be like, no. Oh dang. Okay, me.
Damn.
Hey!
This.
Hey!
This bodes ill. This bodes ill.
Hey!
Oh
All right, no
way.
pressure.
Sure, anything.
no.
Hey!
It's okay. It's okay.
Still above a
It's
10.
for sure evened
That's
out.
amazing.
No problem.
Alright, guys, I'm just really everything you guys are talking about is really getting to me. You all died. I'm here. I don't want to be here. I'm not prepared.
If you die, we'll bring you back. If you die, we'll bring you back.
If you can't, though.
If we can't,
It's been a
then
good run.
you won't be
I've
there to
tried
yell
it.
at us about it.
No,
Wow.
you know,
Wow.
if you are dead for like a day, I can still bring you back. So it's okay.
Okay, yeah.
Pretty sure. I've
Yeah.
never done it before, but I'm like almost 99% sure.
David, I was not paying attention to what time it was on the in-game clock when I cast my disguised self. Do I need to recast it at this point?
I mean, ideally you'd have maybe 5-10 minutes left by the time you get
Yeah,
to
I'll recast it before I leave then, just to be
Okay.
safe.
Honestly,
Use it
Daphne,
as a
best
spell slot
plan,
this time.
don't die. That's priority. Priority plan, don't die. So
Cover, you know?
then we won't have to deal with it.
Yeah. Right.
Before you
But if you do, what's your mom's name so we can let her know?
You know what? I just
Sarah.
actually looked this up because I was like, I know they're gonna ask.
What's my mom's name?
And also, how many surviving siblings do you have? Who's your next of kin? Are you married?
Not married. Don't have a partner. That goes into things we don't really need to talk about with people I've just met. But my mother, she's still cooking. She's still very much alive and sassy.
Yeah.
Leto is her name.
She's in Astoria?
Kinda. We're a little far off from Astoria though. She has her own nice little farm, you know. Where I was raised. Yeah.
Well, if you die, we'll find her.
Cool. Thanks.
You're welcome.
I'm not gonna die.
I guess the only
Not that.
identifying thing is this. I have a really ugly necklace. You don't need to see it. You'll pick it off my body if the worst happens. Yeah.
You got it. We're gonna take your
Thank
ugly necklace, give it to your mom.
Appreciate it. Yeah.
Don't worry.
Yeah.
It's just an entire army,
yeah.
probably magic users, big time high priest, dragon, and dragon rider. We got this.
Dragon and dragon. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's
Yeah.
Gaius's dragon, so
Right.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Also, I wouldn't be surprised if Sidon shows up at some point. He likes to wait until the fight's done and then be like, "Oh, I'm here too." So.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Well,
That
I
makes.
need to talk to him. So
Yeah, he's kind of a
Fingers
malaka that
crossed.
way.
Well, yeah. It sounded like your mom was really intimidating to him. That's was cool.
I don't know if that's true, but she was really pissed.
No, yeah. I mean, I don't know about you. I get intimidated by my mother. I think there's something I can do to help us. Try to like think about
She
spells.
keeps bringing up her mom, guys. Just keeps bringing her up.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Do you have a problem? Do you?
Do you have an axe to grind? What's going on?
Yeah.
Quick question. So you've got god blood, obviously, you know?
Yeah.
Is that all you've got in you? You just got a normal human blood or something
I
else
guess.
going on there?
I mean, maybe my mom's really just down.
She's what? Well, she's maybe
My mom might be really. I mean, I think she's human. I mean, I look human though, so.
I mean, Estrella's half nymph, half minotaur, and she looks human, so it really doesn't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Actually, what I am is half nymph, half titan. Okay? At least quarter titan. That's what I think.
Quarter Titan, quarter nymph, half minotaur. No horns. Go fig.
No,
No
poop.
Still
fig.
trying to figure this one out.
Weird.
Family, you know?
Yeah, exactly. At the end of the day, family's just weird.
You know what
and
we should
strange.
do?
Oh,
When we get back to
everybody's got
Mitros-
family. Yeah, I know. Everybody's got family. Keep rubbing it in. Thanks.
An episode of Jerry Springer. Secretly.
When we get back to Mitros Estrella, we should get you a nose ring so you can match your dad a little more.
Oh yeah, well we'll get you some bear seed and my nose ring. It'll be great.
Yeah, everyone already thinks I eat bird food anyways, so.
I
Wait,
didn't
no?
land like I wanted to.
feel
I
like-
thought it would be better. No, yours was better. Nicely
I
done.
feel like
Good.
Daphne's gonna look over at Rhodas to like try to ask something, and then look like his angry face and be like, "I can't talk to anyone here."
He's just straightforward. He's thinking about his mom though. That's what he's looking forward to. Rhodas, if anything, he's thinking about. He's ready to kill this dragon. He can't wait, and then he's on to the next dragon, the real dragon.
Oh, this is a fake dragon, huh?
This is the training dragon.
Yeah.
Oh.
This is the dragon we have to kill to get stuff to kill the real dragon.
Mm.
So, anyways, you said you could help us. What was that? You said you had something that could help, maybe?
Oh yeah, in combat.
I
Bless you.
thought you meant like for
no,
this
yeah,
covert
I thought I
meeting
did
that
too.
we were
No.
about to have.
No, but if he tries to pull anything, I got you.
Oh, I got plenty of that kind of stuff.
Oh. Alright, I'm useless. I'll look intimidating.
You know, you're good at that.
Yes, I am.
You guys got to this building probably about 10 minutes after, or prior to the current
Yeah.
moment. And after just standing outside, kind of like soft arguing back and forth, as Daphne finally steps up towards this ruined villa. You can see this must have been an incredibly nice place at some point. It has like stabling on the side. You see beautiful, massive bronze doors. Some of it definitely is overgrown with all of these vines, and I mean, it was definitely left to exposed for a very long time.
If you want to go in,
Alright.
Wait.
You kind of open it, and you hear the wait as the doors.
Sorry.
You see a little bit of a entryway there. You know, one of those courtyards that has like its own dedicated sprinkling fountain, though cracked and probably dry for centuries now. You see all of these creepers and vines having grown there, and you see a statue of Sidon with one of the arms next to it.
I see the other open door now. My apologies. I can close this once we're all in.
So this is technically not a door; it's a window.
Oh.
Yeah, I got you.
Yanni
If you
could
close
still
the
fit
door-
through there.
If you close the door, the window will open, right? Isn't that how it's supposed to work? Isn't that what they say?
I think I've heard that saying before.
When a
yeah.
half god closes a door, she opens a window. Isn't that the saying?
Oh, got it.
No?
Okay.
No?
Uh,
Am I wrong?
Be careful.
I don't know.
Where you step. in there?
Like to
Oh.
investigate this Sidon statue a little bit.
What are you trying to look for?
Is its arm around here?
Yeah, it's laying right next to it.
Can I try
Well,
to
that's
put
what
that down?
that is.
You want to pick it up? Yeah, it's like this nice little marble cudgel in your hand.
Can I try to like reattach it if I just like hold it up there?
You hold it up against it, and I'll say, Rodus, what you do notice is that it broke off recently. You think that the statue was actually pretty pristine for a long time, but that was sheared off purposely by magic. The break is not, what you would expect with like a crack or anything like that happening. It's sheared off by
Like a laser beam or something. Interesting. Is there any other similar signs of damage around? Like other things that are sliced?
You look around, and there's nothing obvious in this room. You do see that there seems to be a bench that has long broken down, but other, though you're not sure what lies behind this bronze.
Okay. I mean, I will make my way deeper into the room.
As you go,
Should I close the doors?
I mean, he'll probably be here soon, so.
We're waiting for Yanni's friend.
Well, yeah,
Hardly.
but don't we like want to spring it on him? Like, surprise, we got here first. Or no, we're just gonna let him know we're here. Cool.
I mean, sure. No, it's pretty close them.
Oh, okay, yeah, I'll close.
That was a really good idea. No. That was a very good idea. That was a great plan. You're thinking ahead. We are just not good at that normally, but that's what we need you for, you see? You are being such a great member of the group already. What would we do without you? Right, guys?
I'll nod my head, and while they argue over the doors, I want to listen at the this back door. Just see if I can hear anything on the other side.
and make a check. You hear crickets chirping in the night air around you. You can definitely hear rustling of leaves and branches past this. Quiet.
Sounds like this door just leads back outside.
It's a shed. No, Rodus, you're pretty sure there must be some kind of inner courtyard past this door.
I see. There's no windows like facing the back like there are on the other side? When did he say it would be here, Yanni?
In about, what are we down to? Like 5-10 minutes?
Yeah,
We're supposed to meet
Not
us.
super long.
A few more minutes, probably.
I look at my non-existent watch.
I'm going to start ritual casting detect magic.
Your sundial, but
Yeah, my wrist sundial.
super effective at night.
Super effective
Indoors.
at night in a building. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah, it's great.
But
Light
when you're in the
illumination.
light, you can make it be whatever time you want it to be just by turning around in a circle.
It's 1 o'clock. It's 7 o'clock.
Can't sit on this bench, can I? It's too beat up.
You can kind of sit on some of the parts that haven't completely rusted away. It's kind of more like sitting on the edge of it, you know, like a cool kid in Detroit trying to be like striking a pose for their SoundCloud account or something.
Yeah, man.
Um,
I'm taking a load of.
That was specific.
yeah.
Who hurt
Totally,
you?
totally.
What
No,
SoundCloud
no,
rapper hurt you, David?
I think we need to start
I've never even been
searching
to Detroit.
SoundCloud for David's album cover.
But yeah, as you sit down, yeah, the key question is like, do you guys want to scope out this place before the person gets here, or do you guys want to wait in this atrium?
We can. The grand foyer. That's also not the right word.
I mean, how big is this building from the outside? What's it like?
It is pretty sizable. Like, you think it's probably about 80 or so feet in length or something like that. It didn't have a second story to it, though the roofs kind of it kind of went up higher than the rooms themselves should be. But then you realize, oh yeah, that's because this is a Geigen room. So the walls themselves are like nigh on 16, 20 feet.
I mean, I thought we were just getting here first to make sure that he didn't like put traps down. So I'm cool with scoping it out or not. Either one, whatever we decide.
Yeah, I mean, should probably at least peek in that room. Pushing the door.
You got it. Herodotus will gently turn the knob on the door and poke his head out.
Right. As you slightly... God damn it, I want to make a bad slob the knob joke so bad, but I shouldn't. All right, everybody, come on.
We're better than that. We're better than that, David.
Yeah.
All right,
don't
you guys
go
tell the rest
so
of the
low,
story. I'm gonna
David.
mute myself
Jesus.
for that. Okay, have fun.
At least save those jokes until you have Steven on as a guest star.
All right, I'm muting myself just because I would never do that low. Okay, sorry, Steven, love you, bud. Alrighty, as you guys push into this, we'll just go ahead and open the door.
Yoink.
You see another small, what seems to be kind of like a bronze inset in the ground itself. It depicts what seems to be another six-fingered Geigen at a forge. It seems to be this other Janken, as they are once again known. Figures of maybe worship or necessarily worship to the people. Inside of this, indeed, indoor courtyard, you do see kind of recessed but multiple steps, a couple trees, one of them having kind of toppled over. And you can see that many of them do mark scorch marks. Most interestingly, though, Rose, you can see that upon some of them are motifs of rainbows, or seem to have been caricatured. The lightning being turned into a phallic symbol limply hanging on its side. The eyes being kind of like a bullseye, shot at and tried to be destroyed. Seems blasphemous.
Where am I seeing those symbols?
Deeper
on the trees?
Yeah, the trees themselves.
Okay, like carved into them.
It's a little bit juvenile too. Juvenile and blasphemous. At least from a Sidon worshipper's perspective.
I will turn around and tell them, whatever cut off that statue's arm seems to have done some damage in here too. Looks like some sort of courtyard.
Seems like they're not super fond of Guy Daddy.
There's a bunch of Sidon stuff in there, but it doesn't make any sense to me. Seems magical.
All right, I'll look at it.
Seems scary and magical, so not my specialty.
Isn't Estrella casting?
Oh yeah, she's got detect magic.
You have to think
Or
magic
she's getting
up,
it up.
and there's nothing. There are no active auras of magic.
But you said the Sidon eyes looked like they had been targets, like they had like scorch marks,
It's like, imagine if somebody tagged a building with like.
and then shot at it.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean, it seems very, very anti-Sidon. Have you guys never like put a picture up of someone that you guys didn't like and then threw daggers at it? No one else has done that?
I'm not going to take the time to paint a picture of somebody I don't like just to throw daggers at it.
Well, hateful crimes are oftenly thought of as passionate crimes. So, I guess, if you really hate somebody that much.
I'll step into the room.
As you step into the room, the magic of the room. Magic's really hard. No,
You step up closer, and as you get closer to the tree, you actually kind of cock your head to the side and step forward a little bit even more. And you then realize that in the center where the iris should be and the pupil should be, instead is a face. Again, very caricatured, but actually with quite a bit of skill painted upon it. And where the scorch marks don't cover it or destroy it on some of them, you swear you make out the visage and profile of Gaius.
Gaius being another face that's being depicted.
The face being depicted. In fact, the only face. So imagine that you have the eye itself, right, as the kind of like the background, and then in the center of the eye, rather than the pupil and the iris and whatever else, there's the profile of Gaius.
Interesting.
Maybe they just don't like Gaius.
I mean, that's understandable.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, honestly. He sucks.
You think your not friend chose this place for that reason?
I'm wondering if
He's the one that did it?
Yeah. I mean,
Maybe
you heard him when he didn't know it was us in the room with him, when he was like, "Oh, I'm sure he's gonna want my help," and blah blah blah, and he didn't sound really happy about that at all.
That's true. That's true.
maybe many of the soldiers aren't happy with Gaius and his leadership.
Could be. I guess we'll find out.
Got to think that. Let's just say that wouldn't surprise me if that would.
Doesn't seem like a good dude.
No, he's kind of a bully and a jackass.
Oh. Oh, so you guys have like run into him before?
A couple times.
Oh, cool. Not cool. Not cool. Sounds like he's not good.
We're just it's not great. We're just not going to talk about it.
Definitely.
Oh, okay. That's one of the things we're not talking about.
Historian yourself.
It deals with me, so we're not talking about it.
You remember the fateful day a couple months ago, a few months ago? My God, I gotta look at the calendar. But you remember.
It probably wasn't even a month ago.
No,
How long have we...
It's been a minute. In a minute, I'm gonna need a sentimental DM to explain exactly what the hell is happening here. Daphne,
Valencia
you were in Astoria when, well, first of all, there was a massive drought. Your mom almost lost the farmstead in the process and was amongst the people who offered to give gold and oxen, whatever was necessary to appease Sidon during that time. Nora was, of course, offered up a sacrifice, or demanded a sacrifice, more specifically, until this kind of Thylea group arrived and supposedly was able to negotiate. What they had negotiated, though, and the shock to you, you tell me, Daphne, is whether you were there at the thing or not, but what occurred, you heard one way or another, is that Kyra suddenly took Nora's place. That she went to the Rock of Estor, laid her neck across it, and Gaius, commander of the forces of Sidon, with a brilliant green glaive, cut her head clean off. Vulcan descended from the skies after and took her corpse into his arms, disappearing into the sky.
I don't think Daphne would necessarily... Like, she's probably in Astoria, but not for that time, you know? Not right there. Not gonna lie, though. As a DM, playing this, what the... Really?
It's just best if you just don't ask.
Yeah.
It was very early into the campaign. Choices were made. Mistakes happened.
I'm glad my group's not watching this. Wow. I feel like Daphne's kind of getting hit with this and just Okay, so I might be part god, but that doesn't mean I'm gonna stick my neck out and, you know, like I'm finally getting a relationship with a good, like, father. Vulcan, like, he's a good guy. I kind of like to keep that and not, you know, Kara's cool. She's amazing. I mean, she's a goddess. But I'm not, and I'm not gonna do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wouldn't hope that you would. That would be kind of a
Cool.
stupid deal to make.
Yeah, that would
That
be
would be
really
kind of a
stupid to
stupid
make
idea.
somebody who's like really sticking their neck out for you actually stick their neck out for you. Bad analogy, I guess, but
That would be a stupid deal to make. I don't know why anyone would do that. They probably shouldn't have. But
Yeah,
sometimes
I mean,
you just
you know,
can't talk people out of doing stuff when
you
they've
know,
got their mind set to it.
I can't judge. I mean, who knows? If I was there, maybe I would have done the same. It's in the past, right?
Daphne, you also know that Kyra came back. As far as you heard through the grapevine, and later from Vulcan, kind of that has been the hard relationship that Vulcan has had. He thinks that all of these adventurers are children who blunder from one thing to another, and that Kyra did the exact same thing. He's just as pissed at her as he is at Pythor for himself into a stupor. And it appeared that Kyra was brought back to the Temple of the Five. There, came back to life. Being a goddess, certainly still had that on her side. So it seemed that her gamble there was, rather than Kyra be killed permanently, stick her neck out as it would grow back. However, we also heard from Vulcan that Kyra had to make an oath that she would no longer actively support the
Oh, jeez. We got like no god help, huh?
Where is Cronus? Cronus, whatever the hell his name is. We have been here for a while.
Just gonna step away from you guys. That would be, pardon me. Yeah, I'll let you have your chat.
Yanni, you see the door slowly kind of open up, and opening it, see a now familiar bug-like creature. Looking inside, you can see these multifaceted eyes, hundreds of different little aspects of it kind of looking about, kind of fixating on you and chittering. You recognize this to be one of these creatures that Pascal the Devil had sent upon. And you were able to defeat. As the creature kind of looks towards you, it seems to kind of bow respectfully in action. It starts to
give it a nod from around the corner.
And it kind of looks around, then moves to the side, and then closes the door.
Guys.
What? Okay.
You all can hear footsteps that are clearly not the bug creatures. Step into the... Hello. You are magnificent at lying. I have to give you the attitude.
That's right. I still look like the
Right, I look like the soldier that was in the room earlier.
The satyr.
Still says that at you too.
Yeah. If only you'd figured it out sooner.
Yeah, maybe you're just not very perceptive.
Could have saved all that running around.
It
all
was
those...
you two at the...
Oh, the light of Thylea showed up at the same time as these new recruits. That definitely isn't a coincidence.
I'll be honest.
Hopefully all the soldiers aren't that dumb.
No,
Wow,
they
okay.
really are. They really are. I just don't give a shit. These Malakas are so busy fighting this war, and Gaius loves giving demands and shouting at people, and being a man with a big cock. I think he probably has a little halfling complex, if you... I mean, no offense, Yanni. Be that as it may. Thank you for taking the time to speak.
So, based on your comments just now about Gaius, is this, motioning to the room behind me, your handiwork?
A man needs an outlet.
So, I'm gonna drop my spell.
Right. As you kind of drift back into yourself. I don't really pop around to push for, but a couple ground rules, social contract, safely want to make sure that we are on a level here. I would be interested in helping you overthrow Gaius. I don't want to mince my words here. I want to see him dead, because he's a pig. Stupid. Doesn't deserve the position that he's in, and I don't understand what side on even sees in him, but I don't care. I'm just so tired. I've had to play these games at the court for so long, and I've been stuck at this fucking library, researching best ways to attack Mythros, kill civilized people. It's all so stupid. Listen, I like comfort, I like luxury. I don't like being in a war zone. I'm not made for it. It's nice being in an academic place, I guess, but this is not. This is a ruin. This is a carcass I live in. So, in exchange for my subtle hand in influencing this coming epic battle between you and the forces of the Thunder God, I'm curious. Is there anything that you'd be willing to, let's say, give me? A little tit for tat, so to speak.
So, before we address that, I gotta ask, how does your mistress feel about all this? About even, I'm sure she doesn't care if you kill Gaius or not, or have him killed. How does she feel about you helping us, and in particular, me?
Well, as you know, you are not perfect.
Yeah, I gathered.
This way. I have considered this option. So I would likely need some protection. Just something I was going to, negotiate for later on, and would like to stay close to you. Mighty Lutheria be very demanding. I felt myself be pushed to the limit here. She could do terrible things to me. I have seen what she can do. I have perpetuated what she does. I want out. Simple as that. Look, I have no qualms with you. I had a mostly nice dinner with all of you. You saw me during my previous engagement trying to undermine the relationship that Augustus and his wife have, which is semi-successful so far. I'm glad that you are fueling that fire too, by the way. Thank you for that. So, it's as simple as that. By the way, this entire time, you do not see him. You just hear the voice kind of reverberating through the place. He does seem to be cloaking himself one way or another.
Cloaking doesn't matter. It gets the fireball.
Valid.
But he's also a tiefling. So.
Also valid.
So an ice ball.
So
Snowball just sails through the air. Okay.
so one of the things you're looking for here then in return for your assistance would be basically, I guess, two things: escape from this place and protection to some degree, whatever we might be able to provide from Thylea and her other followers.
And once you are able to fulfill your destiny, Yanni, which I find myself in a complicated situation. I am a high priest of sorts of Lutheria. For the things that I have done, I understand that many people will not easily look upon me. I will not have the power of Lutheria's church behind me anymore, so I will need protection. I would love for you to negotiate something with the gods. This is not possible, perhaps, but do this yourself.
I can barely protect myself from her. I'm not sure what you think I'm going to be able to do for
I can
anybody
do
else.
certain amounts of protection of my own. I am still a very capable arcanist myself. Willing to pull my own weight. Certain amenities until I can live in a luxury I will expect, but I'm willing to contribute towards. I have a not insignificant wealth to myself as well. Hello, Rotis. And with this in mind, I will make myself helpful. If you... And there's a pause there, Yanni. You feel the gears turning inside of his head. Yanni, I need you to honestly assess. Do you think the king? And you can feel that he kind of hesitates at this, like the thought of that being preposterous. Someone who has worshipped Thylea actually kill her.
I've been prophesied to do so. I don't see where I have a choice.
We're definitely going to try. If we had a little more help in the corner, it would be easier. The best defense is a good offense.
Have ability of used to live on Hypno. Ship. Slayer. You'd be willing to be there. Promise me that no, you can both
God.
from her. I will oath you, and I will give you the knowledge to defeat.
Stick my head back in the other room. Okay, guys, you heard enough? How's he react to that?
You don't see him. It's really just silent.
I mean, is there like a
extended silence? I mean,
okay, just testing.
He seems to not be surprised that you're speaking to other people, and he saw Rotus kind of step up and acknowledge, saying like, "Hello, Rotus."
I just wanted to see how he'd react. All right, I was just testing, making sure that this wasn't some kind of weird attempt at a double cross. You
I'm
are
not
still
very
here,
sneaky.
right?
Sorry.
What?
Say that one more time.
Oh, I was just testing. You know, to. I have trust issues. I'm sure you understand.
Oh, I do too.
It's a well-known fact among my friends that I am not a big fan of oaths. So I want to be clear up front that if I make an oath to you to protect you, it will include the words "to the best of my ability."
Of course, and the same. What do they call it? Disclaimer. Rider restriction will apply to my capability to help you. Still think we're both crazy for trying this, but I hate the predicament that I'm currently in, and you are my only true ticket out of this.
Will you help us with Gaius too?
That's what he said he was going to do to begin with.
Yeah.
That will be the first leg.
Oh, I thought he was very much like, I'm going to help you guys with Lutheria, and that's what he was focused in on.
No, he had started out with Gaius. Yes, absolutely. I will help you with Gaius, and then, once that is taken care of, and my petty revenge has been satisfied, we should move on to other. I am willing to help you, as prospect. I have great knowledge.
Not having body language to read. I'm pretty sure I know what your answer is going to be, but what are my instincts telling me about this? Does he seem genuine from what I can hear?
Make me an insight check.
How did I know that? How did I know that? You know what? I'm gonna make it blind.
Okay.
Because I think that's more
Can I-
fun.
Can I help or make one too? I'll also make it blind.
Okay, we won't dogpile. 2 people can make insight checks if you want.
Well, I just meant because I'm also like in the conversation.
No, I hear you.
All right.
Okay, I'm gonna
clicked
do
the
it blind
button.
too, just to be fun.
Okay.
Did it roll? I clicked it.
Hacha.
Okay,
There you
3%.
go. Did mine work? Thanks. Cool.
Both of you guys are paranoid, suspicious creatures. Lyra, you...
What?
And I mean you people. You as actual persons in real life. Now your characters...
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yes, I'm paranoid and suspicious.
No. You two definitely hear the frustration and tingle in the voice when he speaks of Gaius. You look behind you. He certainly didn't have enough time to do all of this before you guys arrived. This has been here for a while. Rhoda's picking up the arm and seeing that it was shaved off. Like, this anger towards Gaius is 100% sincere. He's willing to kill Gaius, which is of course going to draw the wrath of Sidon, which likely is going to draw the wrath of Thylea. I mean, there's just... that all seems to absolutely line together. Him siding with you, Yanni, seems like a death sentence for him. He has everything to lose.
Yep. This could also be the beginning of an elaborate ruse to trap us. That's what, Yanni's suspicious mind thinks.
David,
Damon's
can I
suspicious
tell if
mind's
he
already so many levels beyond that, but...
can I tell if he thinks I'm cool?
Oh, he thinks you're so cool.
Hell yeah.
Clara, you're so fetch.
So
no, now we have to kill
That's what
you.
you get for
Sorry,
asking.
now we
Cool.
have to murder. We have to murder you now. Sorry.
So just so I'm clear, are you asking for this oath from me or from all of us?
Listen, I know that you're bound by an oath of friendship between you. I know that an oath by one will be an oath by all.
Ooh, don't mention that. Daphne might want to be included. We had problems when that happened with Estrella. She was very upset about it.
Daphne.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
You gotta poke her out the corner. Oh, well, hello. You're
I mean, you saw her in the barracks as well.
I did. I didn't know if that was an illusion. Again, you don't see a hand or anything.
Yeah, I'm visible. Just hi. Who are you guys talking to? I mean, I hear the voice. I recognize, but
It's that same guy we saw in the barracks. there.
Tiefling.
Chandris, the
Yeah.
Stygian.
cool. Oh, he's doing some fancy, mysterious bullshit. Okay, cool.
He's invisible. Can't
Yeah.
blame him.
Right. He's doing cool magic stuff because magic is cool.
And you see this like 6 foot tall, chittering, insectoid, humanoid-ish creature kind of standing in the.
Oh, yeah.
Gross.
We don't know who that is.
That's gross.
Definitely 100%.
I can
probably
tell you.
assumes that is Chandra's now. No, you had some.
So that's his real form. He, just like before,
I mean,
he was disguised himself.
Maybe.
I'm catching on now.
Cannot rule that
Daphne's
out
gonna
at
talk
this
to
point.
Justice.
Yeah, I mean that's true. It could be him. We don't know.
We better move fast.
All right. Well, I just need to. I can't swear my friends to anything without their consent. So, what do you guys all say? We'll assume Briss is fine with it because we know she loves oaths. She wants.
Right. She'll take all the oaths. 5 million oaths. She'll be full. Yeah, 100% on board.
I agree.
I'm cool with it. Any help is help, I guess.
I think it will be a good bargaining chip to help us convince Sidon to kill Luteria.
Oh, I was trying not to mention that part of the plan.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's in for what is it they say? In for a copper, in for a gold.
Wow,
So,
that's pretty good, actually.
I mean, he is the most clever of most of you. No offense. It's sharp. It's a Makaira. What about you, newcomer? Do you agree to this too?
I'm not. I haven't taken any oaths with these guys.
Hey, your first
I'm
one's
not here
always
for
the
very
best.
long.
I mean,
Yeah,
she's
she-
just kind of
I'm gonna ignore that.
time until
Uh.
until her grandpa comes back for her.
Yeah, Vulcan just kind of
Yeah.
left her with us. She's not going to be
You
like
are
a
another
permanent.
grandchild of Vulcans.
Yeah. Yep.
That's why I said grandpa and not Vulcan was coming back for her.
You all are very
Lyra.
bad with keeping secrets. Don't worry.
They really are. They are.
I
Yeah.
am.
They keep trying to get my tragic backstory. Don't tell them. I'm not. I'm starting to catch
Lyra
on.
with a plus 35 to deception checks can't keep a secret.
I thought we were in for a copper, in for a gold. That's what you just said.
Listen,
I was trying to protect her just because she's not necessarily caught up in it all. But anyway,
The court of Hypnos. Everyone has to have a certain capability of this. I will help you. I will coach you. We will get better at this. You really need an officer of intelligence. Well, it seems like the position
all
is
right.
open.
Well, so just to be clear, I am not speaking for Daphne. If you want to convince her to take some kind of oath, that's between you and her. But everybody else seems okay with this, so
I feel like Daphne and I do not have the relationship yet. The rest of us, though, have known each other for. Unless you want to be included, Daphne. Now you look offended. Listen, I was trying
no.
to. Keep
I don't. No.
you... Okay,
Keep going.
which one
Keep
is it
going.
going to be?
I think she was just grossed out that you mentioned that you guys will eventually have a relationship.
Not in that way. I don't. Anyways,
Oh, I hear somebody calling my name.
I hope.
Bye.
Right. Let me begin then. I hereby oath that I will provide, to the best of my capability, knowledge on how to defeat Thylea, including Hypnos, their power.
I swear this oath on behalf of myself and the rest of the Light of Thylea that in return for Chandras's help as he has so sworn, we will to the best of our ability protect him from the forces of Sidon and Lutheria.
This I accept. And you can feel again the hair on your arms, back of your neck, start to stand on end as the magic of the oath takes effect.
Man, I gotta figure out how to just get rid of that whole.
So weird.
Oof.
Well, this makes the
Like
next
that.
part much easier. You see, apparently you had drawn the eyes of some of these Sidon forces, and they are currently sweeping through this district. But if they're close, you will need to have your rest or to defeat Gaius in the moment. It will be a brutal
Yeah.
battle, one way or another. But from the safety of your current position, which I will enjoy in the morrow as well, will be able to aid you with magical means. However, the question now is, how do we want to present ourselves? We can always go with the old trope and ruse of you being my prisoners, but that feels, well, a little rote. Is there something else that you can think of to get you back into the library?
I mean, you clearly have some level of skill with illusions, given that you're here invisibly. Do you have any ability to, like, some kind of mass disguise spell or anything like that? I don't know anything like that myself.
Not presently, no. I might be able to. Something along those lines, yes.
I thought we were just gonna go in as soldiers, right?
Certainly.
We got all the armor.
You seem to be kind of looking you up
Yeah.
and down, Lyra. Not very comfortable in armor.
they're also walking around with like illusory images of our faces, and while you and I can do something about that, it's a lot harder for the rest of them.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, do you at least have somewhere where we can sleep tonight that we won't get ambushed on? Oh.
Let my villa be your.
Wait, is that where we are?
Is this a villa?
Well, it used to be. I mean, I sleep technically in the library, but I did claim this building before it was going to be turned into barracks for some teens that probably send up sex in between their training regiments.
Feel less comfortable sleeping
Okay.
here now.
So this library you mentioned, is there
okay.
anything in it that I might find interesting as a fellow arcanist?
Why, yes. It is the collected knowledge of the Geigen Empire before it fell. In fact, I mean, this is outside of the scope of our oath. Be willing to be your mentor, Ian.
Mentor? I kind of have a mentor, but
Oh,
I guess I'm open to some additional help. Sure.
fool
If
around a
you have-
little bit with more subtle forms of.
A little strange on the side, as they say. Tyler's face.
What is happening?
Oh, that was fantastic, Tyler. Thank you for that face.
And you guys can actually hear a building over. And you can hear larger footsteps. I believe
All right.
it is my call.
We can,
I'm going
yeah,
to
we can talk more about that tomorrow.
turn their eyes aside. Take your evil. I want you not at your capability. I will ensure that guys will be here, ready for your news.
Okay.
Thanks.
You see
Again, speaking to the bug.
the bug kind of bows towards you, Daphne, as it opens the door, and you hear footsteps separately from the bug kind of seat, and you hear some shouting outside. Hey, hey! As people are starting to move towards the bug. You can suddenly see the form of Chandras appear. What is the meaning of this? Oh, apologies, High Priest, but we have received words that people that matching the description of Light of Thylea are in this district. We've gone through most other buildings. Do you mind if we... Of course I mind if you are going to snoop through the building that I just came out of. I am a High Priest of Lutheria. Do you really think that if I had found the Light of Lutheria, I wouldn't have killed them right on the spot, turned them into a sacrifice for my beloved? This. You can see some sweat kind of running down. They definitely have run around doing that stuff, and they feel kind of like uncomfortable, the soldier. Of course not. Apologies for the interruption. Please do not touch my building. If I have any word, you still checked it and violated mine and Lutheria's privacy, I will flay you while you're still alive, and I will sacrifice you to Lutheria slowly. You understood? Yes, High Priest. All right, everyone, next building, and you see massive giants stepping by. You see one of them has this lightning kind of crackling along arms, single eye, kind of deformed and malformed looking as compared to most of the other guidance.
Sick.
You see Chandras kind of look over his shoulder one more time, back through the open window towards you guys. And Larry, you see him just kind of give as he once again disappears. And that is where we're gonna leave tonight's session. Went a little bit extra long. I know we went on and off a couple different times because that is just the curse that we have with this now. But, and of course, I went into full black screen. I was able to come back on for these guys to watch me with my green screen behind me, but for the rest of you guys, I'm just a Black Void. Black Void is, you're not a bad DM name, it should just be Black Void. Black Void on Twitch. Well, catch me live, guys. Anyway, I am rambling because I'm getting real tired. You guys have been phenomenal tonight. I thought this was going to be just brutal. We're going to crush everything and go into it hard and whack faces. But on the upside, all of this social maneuvering certainly revealed things that would have been just otherwise completely just put under the rug if you guys would have just like straight murdered people.
Yeah. You know, the leading cause of murder hobo behavior is failed stealth checks, right?
No. I see where that joke is going. But that's a DM trigger right there. Sorry.
Yeah.
Anyway, Clancy, thank you so much for joining us tonight with Daphne. Now, we'll have to try to strong arm her into maybe doing this again next week, since apparently there's more story to Daphne hanging out than punching people really hard in the face. So, yeah.
I'd hate to bring a super buff, tall woman into the campaign only for the whole session to not be a combat at all.
Okay, you don't know Clancy as well as I do. That probably would be okay by him.
You know what, David? You don't gotta attack me at 1:40 in the morning.
Yeah.
But anyway, awesome session, y'all. I am excited and now a little bit more hopeful for you guys for this upcoming fight. You guys actually
We're gonna
stand a
have to-
chance.
We're gonna have to figure out how Brissa gets here, I guess.
Oh yeah, we'll get there. Don't worry. I've definitely already had that worked out. But thank you guys so much. I will see you guys next week. Oh, should we try to rate someone else before we do the outro?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, you guys do some debrief. My question for you that I'll pose, and you guys can discuss this. If Estrella and Rhodas would have been there at the same time with the rest of you guys inside of the library, do you think you would have just started killing things? And this is mostly for Damon seeing a bunch of scrolls and books and shit in one place.
If all of us were in the library,
I mean,
they wouldn't have been disguised. So the moment Chandra showed up, well, I mean, he's on our side, but we
Right.
wouldn't have known that at the time.
I told
So-
you he was cool.
He's not
He's never
cool.
listened
He's a coward, is what he is. But we're gonna
told
use it to
you.
our advantage.
Awesome that he would help us do everything that we wanted to help him do. You guys never listened to me.
He's a coward.
he
For one.
sacrificed his children. Slimy. Anyway,
But yeah, I
Formally.
mean, Estrella and Rhodas wouldn't have been disguised. So I think if Chandra's head showed up, it would have put us all even more on edge. And that probably would have resulted in us ending up in a fight.
I don't know. I think in retrospect, I'd be more concerned about any of the guards recognizing us from those.
Oh, now that we know that they had, yeah.
Because, you know, if Chandris really wanted to strike a deal with us, he would have, you know, like if the situation with the holograms didn't exist, Chandris very easily could have played it off like he had no idea who was standing in front of him.
Yeah.
And we might all be sitting there going like, fuck, but you know, but yeah, I think the bigger challenge to overcome would have been the fact that apparently they've all got arcane wanted posters of us floating around.
Mm-hmm. It's always fun to think about the consequences of high magic in a society. All right. With that, we found ourselves a raid. We'll be switching over. Thank you guys for watching or watching in the future. And thank you, players, for being amazing. This is why I play D&D. All right. See you guys all, hopefully all, Clancy, next week. Bye.
Bye.